Now, mind, I gotta ask, what kind of salmon was it? Smoked salmon? Was it just like a cured salmon? Was it plain salmon? What's the tile set? Exclamation point tile set. Now, I wouldn't jump ahead of that necessarily, Finian. We know that she'll be a smart girl when she decides that the better way to eat salmon isn't just salmon. It's salmon with cream cheese on a bagel. When she realizes that that is the optimal method of consuming salmon, then at that point, we can say that she's going to be a very smart girl. But also adorable. I'm just saying that the best way to eat salmon is on a bagel with a couple capers with cream cheese. Best way to eat salmon. Can't do anything with fried stuff with babies. Oh, no, definitely. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't have kids, so I don't think of these things right off the bat, you know? Ooh, you want to practice a martial art? Well, I do need someone to head up a new squad, so let's just put a loose cannon depressed dwarf in charge of a new squad, because that couldn't possibly go badly. I mean, come on. Fried stuff just isn't good for you. It's good. It's not good for you. Almost like the act of cooking things and things that just make us unhealthy is not a very healthy food method. This may come as a shock to you, but also seems rather logical, oddly enough. I mean, history has taught us that red things are often bad too. But ancient history has taught us that red things make things go faster. So, specifically, intergalactic ancient history of the Imperium has taught us that red things go faster. They've also taught us that, well, as Enzo Ferrari once said, the child paints the car red. If you give a piece of paper and a pen and crayons to a child and tell them to draw a car, they will paint it. They will draw it red. Yellow is lucky. Yellow is Bumblebee. No, why is yellow lucky? What's lucky about yellow? Bees don't seem super yellow or super lucky, but I guess they're half yellow, half red, right? I need them to dump all of them goblin bitsies. Problem is I've got way too many dwarves hauling. Let's put wheelbarrows up there too. Make life easier. Are you holding a hammer now? Yes, you are. How are you feeling about holding a hammer, dwarf? No thoughts yet. Blue was lucky? I could see that. Some migrants have arrived. Thresher up front. Right behind. Red Octobear. Hey, Red Octo. Look at that. Another migrant from the previous fort. Still wearing a cheetah bone earring from that fort, most likely. It's owned by Red Octo, of course. Splatter of their own sweat, I would assume. Welcome to the fort, Red Octobear. Right behind him is a very long name. Aban Hoistkey, the Rapid Quake of Creation, who's an administrator, who has 8 notable kills and 19 other kills, which leads me to assume that they are a military dwarf, so they're going to be given the military job. Behind you is another one. You also appear to be a military dwarf. You are a adequate hammer dwarf. You will join the hammers. You're not, like, injured, are you? Oh, your right hand is gone. You know, dwarf, after long and prolonged deliberations, I am rethinking that decision of making you into a military dwarf due to the fact that you are missing a hand, and say that that is not very handy of a power-up. So instead, you're just going to be a cheese maker. I think that missing a hand is a legitimate reason to not be put in the military, right, Chad? Seems fair. We have Tholteg. Tholteg, you can join. Mechanical squad. What, you're a clother? Calm demeanor. Rarely sick. You can join the military. Another pig. A slaughterable alpaca, a beekeeper that's definitely not useful. Naturally trustable in everybody and a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler. Dye-in-the-wool. That's such a odd saying. Oh, shit! Somewhere in there, Errol, my blacksmith, became possessed and has claimed a forge. And is now just sitting there, doing... Oh, never mind. Has already begun working on a mysterious construction. Literally grabbed a silver bar and is just like, that's all I need. Any bets on what this dwarf makes, chat? This blacksmith here is making an artifact out of nothing but a silver bar. Any bets? A dagger? It's funny because we've already had an artifact dagger in this world. Did everybody just like suddenly learn that daggers exist? Helmet? Ooh, a silver helmet would be interesting. Are there even necklaces in Dwarf Fortress? I guess that's what an amulet is, actually. Thought about that one for a second. I was like, A Warhammer? Open a poll? Nah, I'm not gonna. It'll be done before the poll's done. Polls don't work for most people anyway. You're an odd dwarf. I'm 146 years old. Stodier. Catan Rotod. Hold on a second. Something about you that's suspicious. I need to see if this dwarf drinks. We're up to 76 dwarves, by the way. I need to see if this dwarf drinks. Because if they don't, I'm almost immediately convinced that they're a vampire. These are going to be bedrooms. These are kind of like the bedrooms in the last fort, but like less nice. Because they're just getting dirt walls and they're not getting the balcony, I guess. I'm just trying to keep chat going, so if anybody has any questions about the game or this fortress in particular or the tile set or, I don't know, anything, got at me. Oh, hey! Yeah, I recognize your name. Oh, really? Yeah, I have a tendency of doing that, playing a bunch of random, what's it called? 7-day RLs when those happen. It's always a highlight of my year. Oh. Make something that looks flashy or interesting. I'm likely to play it. Considering, like, I think all of my favorite 7-day RLs ever are all based on other franchises. That's pretty typical for me, actually. Most of them being Epions, but it's a small world. Not much is true. I will say, like, as far as the 7-day RLs I've played so far, it's definitely an early favorite. I do have a question, though. Did you come up with the idea for it well in advance? Because it seems so well thought out. Like, a lot of 7-day RLs I play are like, someone came up with an idea the day before the event started implementing it, and then gets like 10% of the features in there. Whereas like yours actually feels like a kind of a pre-planned thing. It strikes me as like something that somebody would start working on when they were playing Death Stranding back when that came out, and I've just been thinking about it ever since. It was the day before, actually? Really? Wow. That's neat. Pieces fell together really nicely. Yeah, I don't know. It's impressive what it is. Although great use of color is such a double-edged sword, though, Aqua, because like the second you use color really well in a video game, suddenly you start suffering from the Dwarf Fortress problem of people who are colorblind just can't play it. But, or no, coffer's what I want, not chest. Why do I always, that always trips me up the first time I do it. So we use granite. Actually, cancel the granite blocks job for a little bit. That was one thing you were going to change before you uploaded the cleaned up version. Too late? Well, I mean, it's over. Half of the time was spent tweaking the colors. Really? I mean, like the actual like level structure of the Death Stranding roguelike in 7-day RL is very much like, it seems pretty simple. Like, it's just, you go into kind of an open space, you have to avoid areas that hurt your stamina, and half the time you can't see them anyway, so it doesn't really matter all that much. And then a lot of the game is just like avoiding the enemy AI, so it kind of lends itself to being a really simple game. I don't know. It's really cool. I'd love to see it expanded, but the problem with games like that are based on other people's IP is the second you start expanding upon it, it's kind of becomes a trap for a lawsuit. So you got to be kind of careful when doing that, but it is neat. I do really like it. Hopefully the video or the VOD that got uploaded to the YouTube channel today didn't like annoy people too much. I always like wonder about me putting up like literally me just messing around with the thing for the first time on YouTube and whether or not people get annoyed by that, because it's like, oh no, streamer doesn't know what he's doing. It's like, well, yeah, because it's literally my experience of like processing and learning the information in the game, which I feel like is kind of a valuable way to figure out if you want to play something or not. But I don't know. Hopefully it drove some traffic. Hopefully you got some more plays and ratings and downloads from that. Always my hope. All right. Way too much construction going on right now. Just give the dwarves a break. Meanwhile, I think that this dwarf is real frustrated on the lack of cabinets in the fortress. Errol, the blacksmith, has created Datandur Ulun Gogmusus, a silver cabinet, and claims it as a family heirloom. Iron Fists, the Crazed Room. That's a funny name. It's worth 2,400 Zathal, Dwarf bucks. And this is a silver cabinet. All craft worship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Mothfall, sport flag, the dwarf in silver. I have no idea who that is. So, yay? That sucks. I'm so sorry, amateur. I mean, I'm here, so you do what you can do. Like, stream's not going anywhere. That. It's the wife's fault. Actually, why is she just like posting your, yeah, like your PayPal password online or something? That seems unwise. Or is she like clicking on shady links? Is that the actual issue? Because clicking on shady links, bad idea. Definitely a habit that needs to be worked out. Hey, Darren. Hope you're doing all right. Shady links, I getcha. Well, I mean, like I said, don't worry about it too much. There's one thing I do always say to people, and that's if you happen to have Amazon Prime and are unaware of it, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime. Which actually is kind of neat. Because I reminded my friend of that after I saw Dragon Force over the weekend, last week, and he realized that and goes, oh! And then he goes and subscribed to Herman Lee on Twitch, the guitarist of Dragon Force, and then is like, now I can download the concert that we were at, and downloads his VOD for the concert, because his VODs are locked behind paywalls, because Herman Lee is just a Twitch streamer who streams all of his tours now. Which is kind of crazy, actually. Like, I'm not going to stop being a little bit in awe of that we live in a world now where a musician can just stream their whole tour on Twitch. Very much, yes. Excited about F1 this weekend. Excited enough that I'm going to have to restream it to some of my friends in Russia. Because they can't watch it. If anybody wants to help out with something, actually, this is a very small favor. If you are not currently in my Discord and have nothing against joining a new Discord server, if you could just go join my Discord and just say hello or something, because I need one more person to be active for Discord to stop emailing me and telling me that I'm going to lose my Discord partnership if activity doesn't pick up. But it's really quite annoying getting those emails. I have abso-fucking-lutely no idea. And I'm not an analyst. And I haven't been paying enough attention to the preseason stuff to really tell you anything. All I'll say is that I'm excited to cheer for K-Mag again, because I like K-Mag. And that's about it. That's not how countries work, Jeff. Putin is not your friend unless you're a Nazi. All of the art on my channel was drawn by a Russian, and he's my friend. One of my mods is Russian, and they're my friend. I've got quite a few friends that are in Russia that are not pro-war. So that's not how the world works, and if you believe that that's how the world works, you are a backwards-ass, broken piece of shit. A Hall of Moths has many members in Mothfall. That is oddly quaint. You did a stupid? What's the stupid? At least most of the Russians that are on the internet are against the war. I mean, maybe their equivalent of boomers aren't, but... As in, like, Schwarzenegger? Did he say something? Because if he did, I missed it. In the numbers channel? I mean, that happens. Also, thanks, everybody, for saying hello. In the Discord. Yeah, I see the stupid. Rip the count. But that is one way of putting it, yes, Stone. We can recover it with a speed count. I mean, we need it. You can practice in chat for reference. But yeah, I didn't see what Arnold Schwarzenegger said, so. Although knowing him, it was probably relatively creative and relatively amusing. Because he tends to be relatively creative and relatively amusing with the things that he has to say. Fowl will go in the middle. Smaller animals up top. Piglet. Cool. Fowl. I think that the thing that people need to remember is people have friends, and there are good people all around the world. Like, you'll never hear me say anything nice about the Communist Party of China, but I have friends in mainland China through the internet that I've met over the years that have either moved there, lived there because of work, or were born there. It goes for all parts of the world. People aren't inherently evil. Governments and people in charge of people are the people that you have to get mad at. Armies and people fighting. I will watch this later. Oh, hey, it's got subtitles, even better. Oh, that's a 9-minute video. I ain't gonna watch that right now. I'll watch that later. I liked Jamie Heinemann's video that was like 40 seconds. Good social media length. You can really tell that Arnie is getting a little older and not exactly the most social media inept these days with a 9-minute video. But, you know. But I will watch that later. But Putin being a moron is not a reason to hate every single person that happens to be born in Russia. People in Ukraine don't disagree with that statement either. I need empty food storage items. What are they trying to make? Brewing drinks, probably? Looks like it. Rather than perhaps evil? Stupid, evil, psychotic, moronic, insane, whatever word you want to use. They all come to the same conclusion. He needs to be put into a rocket and shot into the sun. That's... yeah, twat. It's like, pick your insult. Like, they all work. They're all relevant. Can I just say that the fact that this boar's last name is Bodice Fists is really funny to me? Bodice Fists. It's one hell of a classy name for a pig. I love it. Effing caves again? How do you keep landing on caves? But then again, this is the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, is everybody's experience is totally different. But yeah, that's something that I'm not gonna like tolerate anytime soon, is the whole if you have friends who are Russians, you're a Nazi bullshit. That is something that we need to not let happen. You need to be supporting Russians that are against the war. Of course he's intelligent. No one ever questioned his intelligence. but his sanity, his backwards ass upbringing, his inability to realize that the world has changed and the world that he lives hasn't, that's what makes him dangerous. Like his blatant underestimation of the Ukrainian people, and also his inability to realize that, like, his population isn't as stupid as he thinks they are. He genuinely thinks that his population is stupid and completely controlled by him, and they are not. It's like having the world's most controlling parent in charge of a country. It's never going to work. Eventually, people will just say, fuck you, man. That's where they need to be. And he's just accelerating that process. No. But, you know, we've managed to make it through most of today without talking about, you know, Russia. Which I think has been pretty, like, impressive. You embark on the bottom of hills? Yes, except I've landed on a cave once in like 10,000 of hours of gameplay because I specifically went and found one in adventure mode and then settled on it. You're just finding them every embark because you settle out at the bottom of a hill. 90% of my forts are at the bottom of fucking hills. My stream is a waterhole that makes it manageable. How the fuck does my stream make the world manageable? How in the world? I think you're giving me way too much credit here, man. I mean, it's just stream flowing water into the hole. I get it. It's like that Onion sketch where America's trying to figure out if they should keep throwing money into this massive hole. Except you're throwing water into the hole. It's okay. We'll like seal it off eventually and make a well. It'll be fine. It'll be a well of good decisions instead of a well of bad decisions. Good news though, everybody. Our friend Jeff here had never followed the channel before and left before the discussion actually went anywhere. So not only are they clearly uneducated about how societies work and function, they leave before they can, you know, handle any critique of their incorrect stance. You know, it's funny because, like, they say that the only thing that truly stops wars is people being friends. And that person is going around preaching that you can't be friends with people that countries that you like are at war with. Probably wanking over it now. Wow. Probably. That wasn't what I was expecting to read, but probably. Or they think they do. I mean, there's some incredible... The one thing I will say is wars in 1080p are fucking insane. Although, I will say this, if Jeff is still listening, by that I mean the person who essentially just called me a Nazi a minute ago, put your fucking money where your mouth is and support the war effort. Like I already have. All right, we're finishing off the roofing of this. Literally, yeah, a minute ago. Just scroll up, dude. 3:03. It's now 3:15, so roughly 15 minutes ago in chat, like 2 pages up. They essentially called me a Nazi because I mentioned that I'm probably gonna restream F1 in a private call for Cutest Ghost, who's in Moscow. Won't be able to watch F1, so I'm gonna restream that shit if I can, because Cutest Ghost always watches F1 with us. That or just record the VODs and send them the footage, one of the two. Although someone else would do that. I don't need to do that. Yes. Naturally. Me, the, left-leaning Socialist Party supporting anti-gun Canadian who has an artist in Russia who drew some really great dwarf emotes that we all love. You just joined today after watching Soul Ash videos? I mean, that's fine. Good to have you around. Hope you enjoyed my really mean criticisms of Soul Ash. I want to love that game, by the way. I really, really, really do. It's just, it needs a sprint button so fucking bad to make that early game fun. That early game is just, like, I can see where that game goes and, like, what it's trying to do, but my God. I'll have to watch it after. Mark. Was that posted today? Like, when was that posted? Oh, 10 hours ago. Yeah, that'll be a while. I'll watch that tonight then. But yeah, as far as Soul Ash goes, I streamed quite a bit of that when it was on itch. And my biggest criticism of that game was that it didn't have a sprint button. Now it's on Steam, and my biggest criticism of that game is it still doesn't have a fucking sprint button. Just make evasion in the early game easier, and I would like that game a lot more. Right now, evasion in the early game is not fun and just kind of a pain. So if they fix the issues with evasion in the early game, that game would be fucking great. Genuinely. Let's make lead throne 5, lead table 5. Still making charcoal. That reminds me, like, kind of off topic, amateur, but it reminds me of something that happened on this stream like 6 years ago. I used to run this show with a couple friends called Story Mode, and we'd just finished the episode, and we were like talking about it and how it went. And this guy pops into my chat because it was like a talk show, right, with like 4 cameras on there, right? And this guy pops into my chat and said something about, look at these nerdy virgins talking about video games, and then I called my girlfriend at the time over and gave her a kiss. I don't know why, but that reminds me of that. It was very funny at the time. Make those out of gabbro. Those are the best moments. It was very memorable for me. Very amusing. Container. There it is. Cabinet. 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 Granite coffer. Granite coffer. Granite coffer. Swear like a sailor, you taught her good. Well done. So this is going to become my mayor's office and dining room. This room up here. Maybe the bedroom, too. Might just make it into all 3. I kind of like stacking rooms when they are for important dwarves, because it's just easier that way. Kind of annoyed by how few couples are in this fort. It makes, like, giving dwarves bedrooms slow as hell. Speaking of, we've raised $900 for Project Hope. So congrats to anybody who's helped with that. Exclamation point Ukraine in chat if you want to help. No pressure. The hallmark of someone who fucks a lot. Yes, definitely. Because someone who has a lot of sex knows that sex is apparently so good that it magically makes you better than everyone else ever. And is not just a recreational activity that some people engage in. I don't know if it's quite a recreational activity, but it's certainly a pastime. It's for some people. I guess, yeah. All right, so this is going to belong to the mayor, who now has a royal bedroom. Now I can put the lead throne in there. And we can put a hospital over here on this side. Started playing DF about a week ago and you love it? Hey, yeah. No, up until this morning, streamed 5 days a week, but I'm going down to 3 days a week. We're just going to be doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but longer streams going forward. Doing a bit of a schedule shift to see if it helps my mental health at all. Because currently my mental health is like, I'm on the first floor of this building. I'm currently on the 9th floor of the parking lot underground. Like, I'm doing pretty bad these days, so trying to fix that and also make scheduling make more logical sense. But I'm glad that you've been enjoying the videos. Cheers, man. Thanks for swinging by the streams. Yes, I can believe that. Can't say that I have any experience with such things, though. Let's free that bed. It's this one. I was thinking about also making it into a dorm, but having the hospital double as a dorm is a little silly. Okay, so we'll make you into a hospital. Don't need to set it as a gather zone. And we'll also set it as a meeting zone. Pro tip, if you set your hospital as a like a surgeon or a diagnoser guild hall, you'll get much better doctors in your forts. So we're gonna do just that. Let's just say generalized doctor hall. Except then remember to go into the Glens of Meditating or whatever your hall is named and set it so that citizens and long-term residents can visit it. So now all of my citizens can visit that room. A bit of a detached view of the activity, yes. Which is why I was going to say I wouldn't quite call it a recreational activity, but it's more like a life goal. Anyway, where did that mayor go? There you are. Need armor racks and weapon stands. Lead, armor, 1. Lead, web. Web? Web. Web. There you go. I think you may have popped into the stream at kind of a weirdish spot, to be specific, Oxider, but if you have any questions about DF stuff specifically, give me a shout. One, 2, 3, 8. Good luck. Big invest. Selling them good. Hey, yay! Spiked balls make for good trades, earlies. The only time they become an issue is if only the elves want to trade with you, and then it's kind of annoying because it's like, man, I need to give you something that's not wood, and all I have is all of these spiky balls! You're in a rather blunt mood, it seems. I understand the feeling. Can relate. Well. No. Oxider? Not really. Generally. Not really. The annoying part about minecarts is not that they're not worth using. The annoying part about minecarts is, like, they are worth using in very specific situations. Like, are you transporting surface metal down 200 Z levels? Yeah, they're worth using. You could also just dig a chute and just drop the metal down. Unless, like, you're transporting something from the top of the map to the bottom of the map at different ends of the map, or using them as a weapon, i.e. a shotgun, they're not really worth using. They're like anything in DF. If it fits into your headcanon and roleplay and you enjoy that part of the game in a roleplay sense, then yes, it's worth using. But you have to enjoy that part of the game in a roleplay sense, I guess. Need more bags. Like anything in DF, they're worth using if you can turn them into an insane weapon. I mean, you fill them up with lava and throw them at something, and yeah, it's going to kill the thing it hits. So, you fill them up with spiked, like, iron balls and throw them at a thing, yeah, they're going to kill a thing when they hits it. So, there is that, I guess. Good win, Aqua. Rip me. I really wish people would stop recommending Captain Duck videos. Because his videos are so out of date. Sorry, there's somebody recommending Captain Duck videos. Hold up. Gotta fix this problem by linking Krug Smash. Didn't know that you could use them to shoot, so... Trade Depot to 120, you gotta try that. Well... I don't know. I give up on this Discord combo. Stream. Also not very helpful. I mean, you're playing one of the most niche games with some of the least content in existence. No, there isn't a place where you can just watch somebody play. Just read along with the wiki. Unless you want to watch my live streams. Uh-oh. One of my goblins is depressed. Want to be extravagant. Want to make a great discovery, and you need more excitement in your life. An annoying combination. You want to practice a craft. Let's give you... I don't actually know what to do with that dwarf currently. We're not dwarf, goblin currently. We'll have to give him that. We'll have to give him a library, but I can't do that at this exact moment. All right. That is my focus back on the stream now. Many combos is really hard early on in Soul Ash. Playing that game and enjoying it early on is hard in Soul Ash. Once you get to level 6, that game's great fun. The problem is getting that far. Nope. Well, technically it is using more than one core of your CPU. It uses 2. The UI is on 1 core, and the game itself is on a second one. I think like the tile set / graphics are also on the UI core. I might be wrong about that. You got to remember that the programming for Dwarf Fortress started in 2003. So it's kind of like before the era of dual core processing. This goes to my mayor. It's that because that already went to my mayor, I think. Yep. It just needs a weapon rack and an armor stand. Is that time of day when you stop being awake? Well, that would explain the grumpiness, I think. You have a good night, Stone. Also, if you guys could say goodnight to Stone, that'd be rad. If you're looking at my stream, then why are you typing in my Discord to the person typing in my Discord? I'm just very confused right now. Something here seems illogical. Okay. I'm gonna knock out these and put 2 doors at the end here. Finally have replacement doors. As this is tavern plus... this area is tavern plus temple. And then this up top is hospital plus mayor's office. That's a lot. Development takes so much time just working on the game jam. What the fuck was that? I just saw an exclamation point sprint across the bridge. I didn't even get to see what it was because it ran so fast. Probably a wild animal. What are you trying to work on right now, Aqua? Are you trying to track down a pesky bug or something, or? It's a lot of fun, but it's like working on my Discord and Twitch TAWs. Time just disappears. Yeah, I get that. But you know, time disappearing isn't necessarily a bad thing. Time well spent is a good thing. As long as it's time well spent, it's probably worth the time. How's this depressed dwarf doing? Or not. Goblin! How's this depressed goblin doing? I still don't understand the kept away from alcohol thing. Seeks exciting and adventurous situations and in a constant state of internal rage. I'm going to let you join the military for a little bit and see how that treats you. Speaking of military, I actually need to pull my mayor out of the military, even though they fit the military real well. Because I need my mayor doing mayorly duties, not military duties. Most of the leftover bugs that make the game actually end when you reach the bridge. Some balance tweaks. Interesting. Best of luck. I'm getting it finished up. Oh shit, both my goblins are depressed? Oh no, never mind. That's just the goblin wrestler. I thought that was the other one. Like, oh no, my other goblin became a miner and is now depressed. Babysitting my poor goblins. Processing a lot of plants, making a lot of plant cloth. How are we doing on cloth? Like none. Cool. At least it's an improvement. Making a few more farmer shops. You don't want to spoil what the score will be based on just yet. Well, that's good. Because you don't want to spoil things, it means you're excited. This is the most important part of game dev. Being excited in the thing that about the thing that you're working on is the first step to success, because it means that you'll enjoy the thing that you're working on.
This is madness!
Madness?
This is
Yeet. I got called a Nazi today. How's your day going, hobo? Maybe not how I should start conversations with my mod, but you know. How's things, hobo? I think I'm probably gonna do that thing that I was that thing that I DM'd you about last night. Or not probably, I am doing it. So starting next week, we will be a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday stream. Starting same time, except streaming until late. We're going to try and bring back the 14-hour streams of yore, except 3 days a week. Saw McLaren 720s. Ooh. Ooh, where'd you see that? Where did you go to see that? Aqua's working on a game that was for the 7-day RL, so I don't think so. But is currently developing a game. Your grocery store? Oh, really? Like, you know, actually, it's funny that you mentioned that. Couple of weeks ago, more than a couple, like earlier, like at the very beginning of the year, like the beginning of January, me and Kevin went to Moody Row. And because like you and me went there once, Hobo. When we're, because you have to like cross the train tracks to get to the actual breweries. On the way down there, there's a Subway, and right next to that Subway, there's a dispensary now. So we went into the dispensary, and in the time that we were in the dispensary, somebody pulled up in a fucking Ferrari, got out and went into the Subway. And then we got to walk past this Ferrari sitting there with the keys in the ignition and the engine running while he picked up his order, like a mobile order in the Subway, and then got back into the Ferrari and drove off. And we're just sitting there, like, walking up to it, like, looking at the keys in the ignition, like, looking at each other, going, like, do you know how to drive? Did we... Are we that drunk yet? Nope. Just walked past it. I mean, come on, like, if chat, be honest. If you saw a Ferrari with the keys in the ignition and the engine running, would you be tempted? Even if you don't do it, would you think about it? Just... Would you? I mean, I think it's worth the night in prison, right? Like, come on. Just jump in and drive off. I'll be back in 5, don't worry. Bring it back. His insurance wouldn't pay for it? Was stepping foot in a Subway? Just because they have an expensive car doesn't mean they're smart or have good taste. I mean, just as an example, hold on. The original person who started this bullshit that's never gonna... Can I get rid of that? I don't... Oh, God. Anyway, the person who came up with this bullshit owns a Ferrari. And now I can't get off of this stupid page. Okay. I don't want to purchase your shit. Thank you. This shit, the guy who made this shit, originally, who's not with the company anymore. God, that's like unreadable. Owns a Ferrari. So, you know. You can have money and not a lot of brain. Or just be like very good at scamming people. What even is that? Good question. It allegedly is a console that doesn't exist. It's a console that has scammed a lot of money out of people using investing sites like Republic. And I think there was a Fig campaign at one point. Might actually not be correct about that. Anyway, they've used investing sites for a while to get money to make a new Intellivision, which was a failed console from a long time ago that nobody remembers. Basically. You made it a Pac-Man game in assembly language once? Oh, really? Wow. I know you work as a game dev. If you leave the keys in it, it's not stolen, only joyriding. Are you saying that I could have jumped into that car and gone for a joyride and only gotten like a slap on the wrist? Because I'm really bummed now if that's the case. Looks like the humans have arrived once again to trade with us, bringing the chief treasure in tow. In the US? Hold on. Punishment for joyriding in Canada. Joyriding is eligible for a wide range of consequences, up to 18 months in prison, but there is a variety of options available. If there is damage done to the vehicle or if the vehicle has resulted in financial losses, you may need to pay restitution. So as long as you don't crash it and bring it back, how much could they really do? Joyriding is a slang or street term given in the Canadian Criminal Code. It is the offense resembling theft that means taking a car or boat and operating it without the owner's consent. All right. I'm literally on lawfacts.org, which apparently is a website. When the offense is punishable by a summary conviction, it means that the process for dealing with the charge is normally faster with less serious consequences than if the offense was punishable or the incident. Okay. So it's like, from what I can tell, like, the charges for joyriding are minimal, assuming you don't hurt the car. So just don't hurt the baby. Don't drop the baby, but you can steal it for a bit. Just bring it back. Don't use other people's property. I'm not saying I would, but I was tempted to that one time not too long ago. There's a difference between actually doing something and being tempted to do something, you know? But yeah, don't use other people's property. That is not the sort of thing I would ever actually do. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to. Mm, 18 months in prison is the maximum sentence from what I can tell. 18 months is like, you steal a car and crash it. But if I could get away with criminal with only having to do like community service or something, You've seen me drive in Zomboid? You should see me drive in Grand Theft Auto, or like American Truck Simulator. Yeah, that's all right then. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could get 18 months of prison for the amount of weed I have in my apartment. So if you want to talk about ridiculous offenses, Asto says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There's much to share. Information and has been added to the Civilization and World info. When Truck Simulator? I used to. When did I? Actually, I could tell you when I last streamed Truck Simulator. Actually, when all of these stupid fucking convoys stop. I last streamed Truck Simulator July 4th, 2019. That is oddly fitting, actually. 4th of July. Apparently I have 200.2 hours in American Truck Simulator. Huh. But, yeah, that's how much time I have in American Truck Simulator. And when I last streamed it. Any requests? What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metals, please. And iron anvils. I don't need gold. I literally just iron. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. But the reason I stopped streaming Truck Simulator was just people just weren't watching me do it. But that's usually the reason for why I stopped streaming most games that I've streamed in the past and ceased to stream. Is if people just stop watching, I will stop streaming. That's usually how that goes. In the case of Truck Simulator, if I remember correctly, people just it was a combination of people just kind of stopped watching, and I was just not really having fun with it. So I don't really have any intention on streaming it. This is why you play American Truck Simulator and not Euro Truck Simulator, so you can just drive on the right side of the road forever. Okay, you do enjoy learning about fighting, so hopefully that's helping you. How about you? The self-pity. You'll be okay. Let's also see how we're doing on cloth. I've like accelerated my clothing industry quite a bit. That's a lot of wool cloth, actually. Interesting. Why does that? Oh, because it's not actually in my inventory. It's in the human's inventory. Do we get bored after the first kilometer? Truck Simulator streams are sit patiently and wait for streamer to crash, generally. But I think it depends on the streamer. I mean, for me, streaming Truck Simulator is about the same as streaming Elite Dangerous, which is just it becomes like me talking at the chat stream generally, which isn't a bad thing or a boring stream to watch at all. It was actually quite a lot of fun to do those. But there's definitely an audience for them. They're really, really chill. Kind of pretty similar to streaming Dwarf Fortress, actually. Dwarf Fortress, you just watch dwarves and run around, and I talk a lot, and then sometimes exciting things happen, and then we deal with the exciting thing, and then go back to talking a lot. Truck Simulator is a lot more like that, except the exciting thing is me accidentally making a Prius shoot off into the atmosphere, which is entertaining. Melt, that's the command I was looking for. I'd set that to 0. We'll make another 100 charcoal. A lot of trading. Generally, in my experience at the very least, if a game exists and people play it, people will watch it. It's just a matter of finding the people who are willing to watch it. And certain games like Dwarf Fortress or games that are ASCII or generally have very detailed or specific visual styles along those lines, it gets difficult to find that audience sometimes. Not impossible, but it can be difficult to find the audience. That's not true at all. As somebody who can't drive, there's a lot to learn in Truck Simulator, especially when you turn the simulation stuff up to the maximum. I can't legally drive, and I don't see well enough to drive in real life. So learning to drive in games like that is a learning experience and an interesting thing to learn. So I couldn't disagree with that statement more, in fact. Jess, thanks a ton for the raid. Thanks a lot. Today's been kind of chill. You guys don't know Jess. Well, she just resubbed for 22nd month, so that's a reason to know Jess alone. But if you don't know Jess, Jess is part of my stream team. What were you? You're still playing I'm just assuming you were playing CK3. I don't actually have your stream up right now, but I'm assuming you were playing CK3 still. So I hope that the peace is still peaceful and not warful, because peace could be peaceful or warful depending on like which direction it ended up going. But I hope that you've had a good period of peace. By that I mean I hope that you've married many of your daughters and cheated on your husband and all that fun stuff. Plotted to assassinate somebody. You know, peace. Like, you know, what everybody does during good, peaceful times. We've had a hell of a day today. I kind of announced a new schedule. But that was also kind of then thrown out the window by, like, announcing new schedule followed by, also, my internet went out. So, we're back. What's the new schedule? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but I'm gonna aim to stream 12 to 14 hours each day those days, instead of the current like 5-day-a-week schedule plus like a day of like getting crammed with editing. First time playing DF? What? That's so long. It's what I used to do. Back in the day, back when I streamed 7 days a week, I would do like 3 4-hour streams a week, a 24-hour stream once a week, and then 2 14-hour streams a week. That's usually what I used to do back in those days, where it was like super manic on and off, but I need to stream long hours to pay bills. But this way, see, the beauty of this way, Jess, is if I get a raid each day, it could like theoretically triple my numbers. Would probably kill you. You want to know how to not die for streaming long times? I've gotten very good at muting my microphone when I do that normally. The way that you get really good at streaming long hours is you acquire standing desk or develop the ability to levitate. Oh, it probably won't, because nothing works for me generally. But we can hope. We can hope. What was I buying? Also, for anybody coming over from Jess's stream, you probably already know this, but my name's Blind, and I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress. Convertible desks are nifty. That is true. That is indeed true. I've gotten way too good at like doing this super stealthily, so people don't even realize I have a standing desk most of the time now. Especially when I do it with the cam off, then nobody notices it. Dinner time? Go get your dinner. Feels like only like 4 hours ago you were getting lunch. Wait. Might actually be accurate. But we'll see. Either it'll crash and burn and then I will increase my stream schedule back to similarly to what it was, or it'll be fine. And I'll be healthier. Those are the two situations that could come out of this. I'm hoping for the latter one. Do you have one of those soft carpets at your feet and won't start to hurt from standing? I'm currently standing on shag carpet, but back when I used to stream, like, it's literally this thick. But back when I used to stream on hardwood floor, I would wear Crocs. Because I have a pair of Crocs that I take outside to do gardening stuff. Turns out we have no empty food storage item. Yeah, let's just cancel that for right now. But yeah, I'm currently streaming on carpet, so I don't need shoes. Get up and walk around. You do that. Go get up and walk around. Go on a nice long walk. Walks are good. So yeah, basically going forward, right now is going to be like roughly the halfway point in the stream. Instead of like 7 hours in. That's about how long I've been on today. It's about 7 hours. When you worked in a factory, you had a mat under your work shoes. Yeah, when I worked in a factory, we had like these rubber mats that did not much, but like they made you think that your ankles weren't hurting. Didn't really help much, but you know. McDonald's, on the other hand, when I worked for that abusive piece of shit of a company, they definitely didn't give us rubber mats until they almost got sued over that. And then they gave us rubber mats begrudgingly. Good time. Did they ever fix the bags problem? Some of it. More migrants, really? Be close to cap. Yeah, we're gonna hit cap. Probably just 2. The mat is like 10 monkeys, can't afford you, pretty much. Did I? Whoops. Yes, I did remove the trader from there. Uh-oh. That a honey badger? That was indeed a honey badger. Man, it's the biggest threat that this fortress has seen since the goblins last attacked. And my military dealt with that quick. I hope nobody falls off this. I mean, I give it like a couple of weeks before somebody does. Somebody will eventually. Wow, 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 wow. Alright, so Mayor's happy. I guess the thing that I need to be working on right now is just more bedrooms, pretty much. Oi! Thanks for the $5, Darren. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for the $5 in bits? Thrown into the chat by one Darren. Cheers, dude. It's a lot, man. Helping keep this weird stream funded. One bit at a time. I hope nobody falls off this. I wonder how long it will be before someone falls off this. I mean, it's a legitimate wonder. I don't know how long it will be before somebody falls off of it. I know somebody will inevitably fall off of it. It's just a question of when somebody will fall off of it. Erdem, Yuma, the Bone Carver, has been taken by a fey mood. And hey, Infinity. What's up? Hope you're doing well. What an odd craftswork shop to claim. You could have claimed one of the ones that's closer. You want cut gems and bones, metal bars, and silk cloth. Uh-oh. I don't actually think I have any silk. Let's just see if they have any silk. Water horse and a water buffalo. Do, 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 do. Why is there a baby playing next to the garbage masher? Or no, why is... Okay, so this is Tekid, right? Tekid is a mother. Tekid is very sleepy. Tekid is sleeping at the doorway of the place where we dump the dead bodies after they die. And so there's a nice pungent, rotten, fresh corpse right in front of it, carrying their child. So their child was just sitting there, Two-Ball, was just sitting there being delighted, remembering a performance, saying Baga in front of a dead honey badger. Dwarf Fortress, it's a video game. Did you guys bring... They didn't bring any silk. They didn't bring silk. All right, well, they didn't bring silk, chat. So, naturally, we have to do what any good dwarf would do to find silk cloth for a dwarf who's got an artifact coming. And that's we go and dig down. I wasn't planning on doing this today, but we go and dig down to the first cavern lair. There's a dead ostrich in the water. An ostrich must have fallen down that waterfall. Oopsies, that's not good. Up downstairs, not upstairs. Keyboard accuracy, it's only as good as the last button you hit. So this ostrich here, right? Oh no, actually, it's not an ostrich, it's a giant otter. This giant otter fell down this waterfall alongside of this dwarf, apparently. There's a dead dwarf down here. I didn't even know there was a dead dwarf down here. Who is this? This is Cog Othshibuths? I don't know who that is. Anyway, this dwarf fell down this waterfall at some point. And then their blood, and apparently human blood, dwarf blood, and ostrich blood just went whoosh all the way down around that thing. How beautiful it is. How beautiful it is. Wonderful to look at. Game's real nice and wholesome. I like it. Waterfalls are dangerous. You could say that again. Actually, I think I do know who that is. I think that dwarf drowned in here first, initially, during the last stream of this fort, and then fell down there. Also, there's so much blood on the wall there that there's actually, like, blood pouring over the waterfall every so often. That's fun. A lot of liquid mixing going on in this fortress. It's good for your health. You really like my tile set? Well, I didn't make it, so don't give me too much credit. Krug Smash made it. I just got my artist cooler to modify it. So, it is a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set, so he gets credit for it. I simply like it, so I got my artist to modify it so that it's unique, or so that I have unique versions of it. And I have multiple unique versions of it. But yes, I do quite like this tile set. It's got a real nice kind of neutral look to it. And with some coloration tweaks, you can just make it look real nice and soft. Got a very good look to it. You've never used a tile set before? I find the graphical ones, like the very popular Space Fox and Meth's old tile set, and a lot of the ones with pictures, I find them very difficult because they are, it's like discerning the difference between a capital H, a capital Y, and a capital L above ground moving quickly on land is very easy for me with my shitty eyesight, but discerning the difference between an alpaca sprite, a horse sprite, and a llama sprite, not so easy, especially at a glance. Like, between a duck and a goose and a turkey, very obvious. Duck, turkey, goose. duh. But the little quacker sprites and the little honker sprites and the little gobble sprites, not so much. So for me, it's like actually kind of an accessibility thing. So we have a problem. They don't have no silk. No silk. No silk. No silk. Where are the dwarfs when we need them? That's bad. Get down there and do the mining, Dwarf. About a month ago, you took a cutting from one of your succulent plants and stuck it inside a 64 and it's high tomato ketchup bottle and it's doing well. I'm sorry that you had to put it in such an offensively disgusting bottle. You could have done your plant a service and given it a bit more of a respectful container to spend its life in, but aside from that crime and atrocity against plant kind, that sounds wonderful. Glad. Also, my cuttings have actually started sprouting roots. That's fun. You thought it was cute? I mean, ketchup is many things. It's not cute. So we now have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground and discovered a downward passage and discovered a deep expansive cavern deep underground and discovered a downward passage. So all 3 cavern layers are connected. Well, that's fun. There's number 2. I think I might just seal up number 2. Oh, come on. Wait, is it actually not reachable? Oh my god. So we've discovered a downwards passage, chat, but we can't actually get to it. We know it's there, but it's behind these trees. That's actually really funny. Or maybe we can reach it, I don't know. It'd be real funny if we couldn't. Self-sealing passage. It kind of looks like that. I need to confirm once we dig down to here. All right, now I need to confirm. Because if it is not a self-sealing passage. Okay, it is not a self-sealing passage. I lied. It's okay, though. I can fix it. Just need to make sure that a dwarf fixes it before anybody runs down here. So we need to stare at this for a minute. Your Christmas cactus is flowering right now? You should tell Kira. You should be very excited to know that someone believes it's Christmas right now, even though I'm pretty sure it's not Christmas. Why is it called a Christmas cactus? Does it actually only flower on Christmas? Because that's oddly specific. Weekend off, that's great. And new schedule where I'm not going to stream on the weekends anymore. So this is a weekend off, but starting next week, we will not be streaming on the weekends. Hey, Cussy, what's up? Things are all right. Your dwarf's still alive. Uh-oh, there's a troll. I go kill it. Kill it with hammers. We have to go reforge this troll into multiple tiny pieces. Cool, I do have dwarves collecting webs. A new record of you? I mean, that's one way of putting it. Here comes the dwarf. Going to go block this off before anybody else breaks it. The Christmas cactus is brown and dead looking. It's just sleeping. It's just waiting for Christmas. It's just checking isitchristmasyet.com every day. And here comes all of the silk. So hopefully we can save that dwarf. I've got a dwarf who's, like, annoying. It can grow from a cutting of a leaf? Of half a leaf? Oh, damn. That's pretty intense, actually. Going medieval or Crusader Kings? I don't know. What are you in the mood for? Chat, what should Arozhalka play? Which I probably butchered the name of. I think that actually might be my first time trying to say your name out loud. Well, what should I play? Going medieval or Crusader Kings? I think there's a troll left. I would say Crusader Kings is definitely the better game out of those two. From my experience, anyway. I'll be back in a sec. Just gonna quickly go use the restroom. All right, back. CK is kind of cool when wanting to play something, but can't be arsed to play anything. He's saying there isn't much gameplay in Crusader Kings or something. All right, so the fort's kind of laggy right now. I can tell you why. It's because of the fucked up pathing we're having to do. Not helped by the fact that we're also doing some channeling. This fort's got some really messed up pathing. That feels wrong. I feel like you should have more than 6 hours. You had a dwarf last night who refused... Missed that. You had a dwarf last night who refused to use the 100 cloth you had because, to my knowledge, it wasn't silk cloth. Yeah, that'll happen. We got a dwarf that wants silk. They really want silk. But we got him silk, so he's doing the thing. There you go. What'd you grab? Round galena cabochons, cave spider silk, iron bars, and horsebone. I think those bones have been coughing a lot because they're a little hoarse. Satisfied after teaching. For due to inebriation. How about you? What do you consider to be a... Actually, you know what? Stacks of cloth. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's one of those, like, kind of annoying, if not annoying, then, like, the slight issues with the game that you only figure out after, like, hours of experience. Has your dwarf become the hammerer? I don't think so. What are you doing, Cassie? You're a farmer. You're meditating on laws. Currently. You're sitting here and going, man, these laws. There's a lots of them. That's about all I could come up with. Plant fiber cloth and animal hair cloth. Yeah, you gotta have all three of the Holy Trinity. One of the first things that I try and do in a new fort, actually, is I try and just, as quickly as possible upon starting a new fort, I try to just buy silk and some leather and some animal hair cloth, or make some. It's like the first thing that I do is try and have like every single one of the cloth types right at the start. You want to be extravagant, you want to be near your friends. You want to practice martial art, you want to be with friend. Okay, Padinsky, you can go practice martial art for a bit. We'll try that. Go grab a hammer and go smack something. Super is here. Well, that's great. Wouldn't want lame to be here. Super sounds much better. Founded that opened you up to more fun than the dwarves could handle. Often that's the case, yeah, but that's kind of like the risk reward of Dwarf Fort, right? Or you could settle somewhere a little spookier and haunted and then just have cobwebs on the surface. I've definitely had forts like that before. Building stairs up into the trees, permanent stairs, so the dwarves can run up onto the tree layer and like collect cobwebs from the trees and bring them back down. Let's see how my object melting has been going. Because like evil biomes often have spiders in them, just by default. Well, it's giving us some bronze, a little bit of silver. Curious as to what they're melting. Iron arrow, okay. Make a bar/block stockpile. Although, tempted to put it on a lower layer. I'm running out of space to build shit in here. You have to try that when your fort dies. May not be a bad idea. Meanwhile, Erdim Yuma, the bone carver, has created Rithularug, a horse bone amulet. Claims it as a family heirloom. What a boring artifact. It's worth 21,720 Zathal. It's called Pedal Musty. Pedal Musty is what they call me when I drive too fast. This is a horse bone right gauntlet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with horse bone and cave spider silk and encircled with bands of iron. This object menaces with spikes of galena. My plan is to build a tower, a base like this one on either side of the river. So to have two of them. But yes and yes to both of those questions. We're gonna build another tower over here that's more tower-like. And then have a bridge going in between them, and maybe one over here too. And then go down a couple Z levels, and then go up a couple Z levels. Like I've started building up already, I just kind of didn't finish it. Just as an example. This is going to be a lot of construction. feel like as long as I do one of these at a time, I can just do them like that. You need to write an up-to-date CV. Just write about all the plants that you have. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just like when I jokingly sent in an application to work at KitFox, which I did do. Except everything in the CV was written like it was a dwarf. It's my idea of a bad joke, I guess. Wasn't a particularly serious application. It's like I programmed an app once or twice, but shall I tell you about the jungle in my living room? Here, let me tell you the names of and the histories of and my life story with my 742 houseplants, but I did program an app once. It was full of bugs and I gave up. So, you know it's not full of bugs, all of my houseplants, because they're inside, not outside. Anyway. I've never programmed an app, so don't worry about it. You've got a platinum sphere artifact? That's pretty rad. My last fort had a adamantine warhammer artifact, which we lovingly bestowed upon my hammerer and said, please don't clunk us on the heads, thanks. There we go. Wow, Eurus jumped. Did you see that? Stinthad here. Went from over here with no way out over here. He literally just like climbed through or jumped, one of the two. Kind of funny. Don't see that very often. I can only imagine what it's worth. It was like 2 million. Something. It was like 2.5 million, I think. The value of items, though, in DF is a little irrelevant. Near 200,000? Yeah, I mean, adamantine's worth a lot more. The most valuable artifact that I've ever had, though, was worth almost 1 million dwarf currency. And that's because it was a adamantine corkscrew that was studded with adamantine gems and covered in bands of adamantine with things of adamantine made out of adamantine, covered in adamantine with images on it drawn in adamantine. And it was like 5 million. But it was a fucking corkscrew. So I literally was like, well, this is my exercise bike. So like I set it up in a pump in the tavern and just made dwarves take turns pumping nothing. You want to set a bed worth 2 million? Was it made of adamantine? Yo, dog, I heard you like adamantine pretty much. More like, attaboy. Heard about this shit called adamantine? It's the good stuff. Dwarves really dig it up. Yeah, you were working on the thing I was hoping you were. Nick. Pretty much. Oh, it was a masterfully crafted pearwood bed encrusted with many, many diamonds. You know, fun fact, you've seen something in this game that I've never seen. I have thousands of hours in this game. I, to my knowledge, have never actually encountered a diamond. Never actually encountered a diamond, to my knowledge. I mean, it may have happened. Like, maybe, like, one popped up somewhere. I think I just completely blew up my microphone. I apologize. No, I don't believe I've ever actually seen a diamond. I've seen rubies and sapphires. But I don't believe I've ever actually found a diamond. Not that I've really gone looking for them, though. Diamonds are in layers with no metal. Yeah, I know what type of materials they tend to hang out in, but I've never actually seen them. Yeah, see, I don't generally embark in areas with no metal. I embark in areas that have at least some metal. I don't really care what type of metal, as long as there's some metal. You don't think you've encountered diamonds either? Another thing that I've never actually seen in this game is cave dragons. I know that they exist, and I know how to find them. I've tried to find them. I've never found them. Not once. But to me, it's like that kind of speaks to a lot of the fun of this game. Is the rarity of some things. I really like how rare certain items and types of items can get. Oh, I've purchased diamonds. I've just never encountered them. I had a fort where I was importing diamonds once. But I've never actually found them myself. You were invaded by goblins with tame dragons? Oh my god. You know, that reminds me of like there was somebody in my chat who was learning to play Dwarf Fortress for the first time. I apologize if you're here right now, but I can't actually remember who it was. It was during a period of time where like my memory's a little hazy. But there was a person in my chat who was playing Dwarf Fortress for one of the first time, and they had an invasion of goblins that were led by a literal brute, so like the demons from the underground, plus a bunch of demons, plus a necromancer, plus a shit ton of intelligent undead, and necromancer creatures. Which I think is maybe the scariest raid I've ever heard of, is like just an actual demon from the underground. Troglodyte. On the surface? Oh god! Let's just send the military to go get him. Looks like the humans are fighting with them too. Just wait until a Forgotten Beast gets out into the Uh-oh! This can't end well. So there's a Troglodyte in this creek here, and a dwarf with them. Dwarf? Rimtar? You stupid. Stupid dwarf. There goes one Troglodyte. And, how about the second one? This is literally like a Darwin trap. Lowest IQ falls. Let's see who wins. There goes the gulp. Okay, well, there goes another. Bye, Rimtar! Fucking moron. Anyway, that just happened. I guess I need to memorialize that dwarf, eh? The dwarves definitely didn't see that happen. They definitely didn't see that happen. Him as a corpse falling down the waterfall? Dwarves have to find him first, though. They haven't even realized he's missing yet. Although, considering this is an artifact that I screenshotted, we have an artifact in this fortress called, what's it called? Hold on, I can find it. Yeah, this Gabbro Grate. This is a Gabbro Grate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular Gabbro cabochons and menaces with spikes of Gabbro and Galena. On the item is an image of Stukos Ocelot, the dwarf, in smoky quartz. Stukos Ocelot is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of the dwarf Stukos with an obstacle after the death strike by the troll Gozu, spider-toned, in the submerged hills in the early summer of 159 during Otu Okzu, the onslaught of blazing. TLDR, that is a waterfall not unlike this, but at a different angle in my last fort, and a dwarf fighting at the top of a bridge at the top of the waterfall with a troll, dying to the troll, and then, as they died, falling off of the edge and going, meh, splat. We later hauled my corpse out of the bottom when we drained the river, but... The necromancer died, the arm went berserk and wiped out your... Well, I mean, necromancers are real weak. It's the stuff that they res that can be dangerous. Although, the best piece of art any dwarf has ever drawn is an image of a horse colliding with an obstacle in Long Death, which is my fortress that I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years. It's currently in the 300s, but very, very, very early on in that fort's history, there was an event where a goblin, or rather, a human caravan got spooked by a buzzard, I think? If I'm not mistaken, it was a buzzard. Spooked by a buzzard, and that caused it to fall off of the edge of the top of my fort wall, which is like 15 Z levels up, and it just went splat in the middle of my fort and almost started a war with the humans, which was a bad time. Cool. There's a bunch of dead troglodytes down here now. Anyway, so that happened, and it's hilarious because there's just this image of a horse screaming on the wall that a dwarf just drew. You had a Ooh, that's exciting. You've had a necromancer rise a crocodile head during a raid, and it killed it killed your army. I had a bunch of like consecutive necromancer raids once, which we won, and we killed all of their monsters, including the necromancers. But one of my corpses' dwarves' necks got rezzed as a zombie, so its neck, a dwarf neck, was just like towards my base and managed to kill 4 children before we were able to kill it. Anyway, the Etten Eni Inik Dakliva Rede Massi has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. It is naked. It has nothing cool. His hair is extremely long. His nose bridge is convex, and he has a deeply recessed chin. His narrow left head is very short. His nose is upturned, and he has a clear voice. His somewhat tall, splayed out ears are somewhat upturned. Are somewhat narrow, and his eyelashes are short, and his eyebrows are slightly low. His hair is dark, and his dark brown, and his skin is peach. His eyes are copper, and his eyes are slightly wide set. Not the children? Yeah, I know. Although in the premium version of DF, children are going to be able to do chores, so they're going to be significantly more useful to everyday dwarven life, which I can't wait for. Chores such as construction, cleaning, sorting of items. Very useful jobs for dwarves. All right, so let's see. I'm not actually telling my dwarves to do anything or go anywhere special. I'm literally just telling them to go fight with this Etten. We'll see how this goes. Something spooked it, but it's not actually fighting with anything right now. Oh, now it's fighting with something. No, it's not fighting with anything. My dwarves are fighting elsewhere on the map. Oh, now it killed something. What did it kill? Hammer Dwarf, Besmir Padinsky. Oh no. Rip Padinsky. There goes one of my adventurers. That's sad. Well, I mean, I've had the actual T-Pain in my chat before, so... I mean, maybe if you have a potato. Don't try and run Dwarf Fortress on a potato. Also, I expect it to run just as well as the game does anyway, so... If you have terrible pathing, then sure, possibly. But being an asshole isn't generally appreciated, you know? Alright, well, that's unfortunate that we lost Padinsky. He was a good dwarf. That sounds like a real good way to build up dread before a dental appointment. Why would you do such a silly thing? Nothing in Dwarf Fortress causes FPS death, only player stupidity. It's like, this fortress is framey, and I know exactly why it's framey. It's because of how fucked up my pathing is. FPS death is largely not a problem in Dwarf Fortress these days. There are ways of avoiding it if you want to. But I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it runs perfectly. And I think people need to realize that. You're playing Dwarf Fortress because there's nothing else quite like it. Not because it runs super well and is optimized. If you want a game that runs well and is optimized, go play one of the watered down, boring Dwarf Fortress knockoffs. Have fun. I was reading that as go to the circus, and I was like, are you like dropping kids down adamantine spires? That's a bit intense. But like, I mean, you do you. Buzz around 1K dwarves. I mean, you could absolutely. I've seen somebody do that actually. There was a person who was streaming Dwarf Fortress a while ago who had it's like a fort of about 500. With another 600 plus visitors. And the game was like sub 1 frame a second, but like it was playable. 500 with 11 FPS? Like, I would describe that as playable. Slow, but playable. It's like you can walk through a town with 10,000 humans in it, in adventure mode, and it's playable. That's actually where I want to see performance increases, is adventure mode. Which is kind of funny, because like Tarn actually mentioned that when he was on the stream 2 weeks ago. Because he straight up said, he's just like, the reason adventure mode is so laggy is because everybody's too busy thinking. He's like, we just need to make less thinking happen. So people just need to do less thinking and the game will run better. Which is kind of amazing. It's because like everybody's just too busy like tracking all of the thoughts going on in the dwarves. For anybody who doesn't know, by the way, I had Zach and Tarn on the stream 2 weeks ago, and pretty much every 3 to 4 months, Tarn joins me and we talk dwarfy stuff. It's 200 dwarves with 20 FPS. Also, you must have a monster PC if you can handle 500 dwarves with 11 FPS. I can do 220 dwarves, 300 invaders, and 60 visitors and keep it above 30 SK, which is like totally doable. And this is not a new computer. Like, it's not a bad computer by any stretch, but it's like, it's a top-of-the-line computer from, like, 2015. And, like, this particular fort, I don't intend to spend a huge amount of time here, so I don't really care about the pathing. This is my 3rd fort in this world, and I plan to do more in this world. So, since I'm planning on spending time in this world and, like, retiring and coming back to forts, I don't care too much about pathing. But forts like Long Death, it's like that fort is 300 years old and still runs at like 40 FPS. So it's just a matter of like not overproducing items and having decent pathing, and you'll be fine. For frames. I think that what people need to realize is that Dwarf Fortress is based on code from 2002 written by a programmer who never even really thought about making the game multi-threaded until it was too late. So making the game multi-threaded would quite literally require mostly a rewrite of the entire game. Which, you know, people complain that Dwarf Fortress has taken too long to like release its premium version. Imagine if they rewrote the whole game. We'd be here for another 10 years. Which I don't think anybody really wants to do. Nobody really wants to wait that long. And it's ridiculous to ask that of the programmer. Those Giga LED FPS hell games. Giga LED. What do you mean by Giga LED? You're just learning how to use Manager now? Hell yeah. 10 years on off. I mean, I first installed DF in like 2009, but I love that there's just like giant olms walking out of the cavern layers here. We're just like hunting giant olms on the edge of the river. It's kind of beautiful. I love it. Oh no, one of my dwarves over here is injured. Left hip is mangled beyond recognition. Ooh. What do I actually have in here? We have crutches, splints, no powder, 1 bucket, and no soap. Yes, but the thing that you, like, I have like 80 hours in Songs of Six, and Songs of Six is a great game. But what you need to remember is Songs of Six has 0 physics, no Z levels, so simpler pathfinding, no unit collision, they just path through each other, and they're not thinking independently. They have stats and needs, but there's no thoughts and thought generation. There's no individual personality aside from an image, a name, and some stat differences depending on whether or not they're a noble. The actual difference between person to person, like, think about it this way, right? If every single character in Songs of Six is a mouse, every dwarf is fucking Megamind. Think about it. There's a lot more processing power in a dwarf brain than a Songs of Six meeple. And, like, Odd Realm is another example. Like, yeah, they have independent thoughts, but also very different game. It's like comparing the two it's not a fair comparison. A better comparison, actually, and I hate comparing Dwarf Fortress to this game because they're so completely different, is RimWorld. RimWorld gets laggy if you have like 50 people. Like, everybody, like, I feel like people don't talk about how bad RimWorld runs. But, like, if you try and have, like, 3 bases in RimWorld, which the game allows by default, and you have, like, 12 people in each base, that game runs at, like, an unpleasantly low frame rate, and you need a good frame rate to play that game in a pleasant fashion because it's got smooth camera. It's not, like, tick-based. It's real-time, so it's not a pleasant game to play on the low frames. It's awful. It is awful. And the Sims is the same way. The Sims get super fucking laggy if you build big houses. It's like, and the whole point of the game is building big houses. Another game that gets super laggy extremely quickly, and people don't ever complain about it being laggy, is Cities Skylines. But Dwarf Fortress gets all this hell for getting laggy in the late game. Almost every game that occupies the city builder genre, with the exception of things like Factorio and Songs of Six, which are just so, like, non-physics related and mechanically simple for what's actually happening on the map, it's just not fair. People really give Dwarf Fortress kind of a hard time for no reason, just because the devs just like, it's not going to run multi-threaded. But I just want to point out, if you own games and you have a game that's not running super well, pop it open at some point. Open up the your task manager, go over to performance, and see how many of them are actually using multiple cores. Just go take a look at some point. Because none of them do. Very few games actually utilize more than one core. Very, 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 very few. So just, people give Dwarf Fortress a bad rap for it quite literally being pretty industry standard when it comes to, at the very least, the genre that it dwells within. Absolutely mine. Yeah, Pocket Dread. What, to fuck up multi-threading? To be completely clear, I'm not a programmer. I know some basic HTML and a little bit of PHP and enough Python to crash a computer. I'm not a programmer. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I've read a couple books about programming, and I've listened to a lot of interviews, gone to a couple talks, and I'm just parroting that information. Even if they use multi-cores and cores and threads, often one-threaded, does some overhead computation for the light environment computation and the one thread and all the heavy lifting. If anything, like the one thing that I would complain about with Dwarf Fortress is that it doesn't warn the player that world generation could take a very, very long time. It does warn the player, doesn't warn the player enough. And I think that that's kind of a problem. But outside of that, like realistically, I don't feel that Dwarf Fortress has many performance issues. Like it obviously could be better, but everything could always be better. I think for what it is, the game is quite impressive that it runs at all, let alone well. So I wish people would give it less of a hard time. But the only time that I genuinely get mad at people giving it a hard time is when people go after Tarn for being a bad programmer. Like, and that's a sentiment that I see quite frequently, actually, which really just irks me on another level, is when I see people saying things like, oh, Tarn's a genius, but he's a bad programmer. It's like, I don't think you know what you're talking about to a degree. Have you ever done world gen and it keeps discarding worlds till it crashes? Only in advanced world gen. And that's usually because you fucked something up. That's generally the fault of the player, not the game. Trying to figure out where I can put another stairway down. I want to go down a layer. Yeah, we'll do it right there. Just using granite because I'm feeling lazy. Into reading some of the stuff he said about DF, it's clear he spent time and thought on how to implement the stuff in the different aspects of the game. Yeah. You never do history more than 250 years. It takes too long to do a full history. I've done large worlds at 1,000 years and waited it out before. It's like 4.5 hours it takes my computer to do it. But I kind of love that, actually. Mapioc, weren't you a military dwarf in the previous fort? Yes, you were. I don't really need those many of that right now. Let's cancel those and work on the blocks instead. We struck Sard. How the fuck did we strike Sard? Oh, wandering around in the caverns. I get you. These are going to be storage rooms. Besides, there's nothing telling you that you need to do a full history, though. I'll tell you this. The fortress I've kept along longer than any other fortress I've ever done started at year 5. And that's a fact. I need more of a kitchen down here, and I also need... I need more of a kitchen, and I need more food storage and stockpiles. The hard things about multi-threading and keeping it from locking up or crashing, so there's an overhead to start working with setting up multiple threads and keeping them from locking up, and it's not worth it. Fair enough. Tarn is far... generation takes about 1 fully packed bowl, 2 if you make the parameters crazy. One fully packed bowl. Is one fully packed bowl like a measurement of time now? Because I think that we need to replace like the 24-hour clock in Canada with a fully packed bowl clock. It's like, well, it'll be 18 bowls from now. To confuse Americans even more. All I can say to that is I make T-Pain. All I can say to that is I have no idea how that would even work, so no idea. Mind probably is a better thought process than I could. You wanted to start a fort at year 1, but it's far too quick for you to stop it. Pro tip, SK, do Advanced World Gen, and you can pick a specific year. The reason I know that is because I was hanging out in Krug Smash's Discord at the beginning of the pandemic, actually. And he generated a world to the year 2020 and made it a pocket world that was just full of necromancers and nightmares, and then took over the necromancers with an army of giant elephants and various other fun things. So he made like a pocket world that generated to year 2020 exactly. So yeah, in advanced world parameters, there's a end date parameter that you can set. And if you don't change anything else, just change the end date and press go, it'll generate to that year. Piss of a reindeer is actually a measurement of distance. Well, I mean, around the time that I learned that Finland has a word for hanging out in your room, in your underwear, drunk. The fact that you guys have a word for that specifically, like at this point, like nothing about Finland surprises me. Yes. And I learned that because of Bellinair playing Total Warhammer. Total War Warhammer, because there's a hero with that as their last name. That is your favorite word? Apparently we have an English equivalent, because I was curious afterwards. I was like, does Canada, like, does the English language have an equivalent for that? Apparently the term pants drunk is our equivalent to that, because we're an uncreative language. We speak an uncreative language that just simply takes two words and glues them together and calls it a new word instead of making up a whole new word for it. This is why we steal words like Schadenfreude from Germans, because it's like, you prefer the Finnish word? I mean, I'll never be able to say it, but yes. I'm just going to add that in and that in. You told your grandfather that you wanted to, and he couldn't help but... I mean, that sounds like a life goal. One thing to keep in mind is the performance of most games is dependent on cheating, pretending that you are doing more work than you are actually doing. Dwarf Fortress is actually doing the work, and that is one of the things that defines it. Yes, exactly. Like, ironically, Masterwork Dwarf Fortress, or specifically Mothfall Launcher, which is hard to find on the internet now outside of the Wayback Machine because Meth did silly things. Mothfall Launcher has a old mod / plugin that removes all the wood types from Dwarf Fortress. Removes all of them. Turns all of the different types of wood, when cut down from a tree, instead of having persimmon wood from persimmon trees or pear wood, it's just wood. Default wood. That's the only thing it does. It removes all wood types from the game and replaces them with wood. There's another one that also takes all stone types and replaces them with just stone, generic stone with no separate stats. Specifically so that the game is only tracking one type of wood instead of like 18 different kinds of wood. Which ironically gives you like a 30 FPS bump, like a massive frame rate bump. Or at least did. And then it got less so as the versions changed. And I think in the, like at least in 40D or like like in 2016 or 2015 era, it gave you a huge jump in frame rate. But it's gotten lower and lower and lower as years have gone on because Tarn's made little tweaks around the edges that fixed it. And that, I think, is just kind of a proof of like why Dwarf Fortress is cool to me. The fact that it is taking the time to track all of that bullshit. It doesn't need to, but it does. And that's what's fun. That's why I enjoy it. Because the game is ridiculous. And I love the little details like that. Also, hi, Scoops. What's up? I don't know why, Scoops, but I sometimes confuse you with Scootser. Just because, like, you both have zeros and an S and C. And an S at the end. Never seen the two of you in the same place before, though, so maybe my suspicions can continue. So if Toady One wants to change fluid mechanics, he has to change or remove 1,000 built-in secrets. That is also a problem. Another thing, like just working on that Dwarf Fortress has secrets thing, is because of the way Dwarf Fortress is built, there is things that are planned for in the future that are possible, air quotes, that are just sitting there. That just are waiting for somebody to come in and plug that thing in. My favorite translation from Finnish to English would be, do you have all the Moomins in the valley? You know what's funny is I knew what Moomins was and didn't know that it was Finnish because my dentist had a bunch of Moomins books. It's also how I learned about Tintin, ironically. So we're just gonna do a food stockpile down here. Maybe another seeds one too. You grew up on Moomins? I did not really. Just my dentist had them. I still go to that dentist, oddly enough. They don't have those books anymore, though. They don't even have magazines anymore. They just have, like, TV. My mom and dad, yes. Shout outs to my mom and dad. Speaking of, there's been another 20 bucks in today. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to increase that goal soon. Because we're up to 900. Like, I started that little, like, Blind is Helping campaign on the 4th. And I haven't had notifications or an overlay. It's just the little thing beneath the stream. Like, I've been kind of shocked as to how efficient it's been. Finland is a strange place. Not gonna lie, Finland seems kind of like a paradise in some respects. From an outside's perspectives. Also, hey, Chups. What else do I need down here? I hit O instead of L. I don't really want to make that, excuse me, out of silver. Isn't DF in like a combination of C and then like more modern versions of C on top of it? I'll be honest, I don't really know. I'm not the person to ask about programming things. I hope I made that clear. I'm an entertainer, not a programmer. I'm also forgetting all of the hotkeys right now. Maybe I've been standing too long. What? Fine. Because Finland is claimed to be a happy place because all the sad people go outside and get cold and don't come back inside. Well, that would be my logic. It's a happy place because all the unhappy ones are dead. Just like North Korea, right? Go nuts, SK. How do you tell the difference between a Finnish extrovert and a Finnish introvert? I don't think I've seen a Finnish extrovert, but go on. The fact that you can type little letters and tell a box to open and close circuits, that's how that you know that's software's magic. I mean, I guess. Look at your shoes when they piss on the street. I feel like this is one of these jokes that doesn't translate well. Finland does, you know, Finland seems, oh, pass. Okay, I mean, that's just my, like, my eyes missing letters and replacing them with others. Honestly, Finland seems like Canada with better internet. From my perspective in Vancouver, BC, Canada, Finland seems like Canada with better internet. So, except like you take out all of the really big cities in Canada and just like replace it with all of like the kind of crazy small cities up in the mountains. That's what Finland seems like to me. I don't know how far that off is. Also, like, I have spent much time watching many videos of like the very accurate Finnish documentary of My Summer Car. So, do you know how much I have to pay for my internet? I pay $160 a month, Canadian money. But I get 1,500 up, 1,500 down, which is pretty good. Until it like just turns off randomly like it did this morning. For like 20 minutes. I literally phoned them. I was like, what the hell? And they're like, hold on, you might be the first person reporting an outage. And I'm like, great. They're like, nope, we just disconnected from you for some reason. Apologies about that. We will reconnect it now. Please unplug and plug your router back in. So I unplugged my fancy router and plugged it back in, and they're just like, is the light white now? I'm like, yeah, the light's white. And they're like, cool, thank you for your business. I'm like, if this keeps happening, I'm going to have to go back to the other ISP again. And they're like, well, hopefully it won't. Great. My internet's extremely stable until it's not. Like, I will have like node outages for months, and then there will be like a 3-week period where it goes out every other day. So generally it's fine. Like, it was fine up until like the end of December last year, and this is the first time it's dropped this year. So well, the thing is, like, I restart the router before I call them. Sometimes it fixes it, usually it doesn't. But they can do a manual reboot from their end, which is more likely to fix it. I feel like I should just sell all these arrows. I have no way of using them, so Howdy, Hops. What's hoppin'? I mean, part of the reason I pay $160 a month is because I have to pay an extra $20 a month to have no data limit. That's part of the reason I pay so much. But at least for me, it's a tax deduction. It's a business expense. Some BS charge? You're telling me. It's funny, we had a premiere for a little bit there who wanted to make charging for unlimited data on internet illegal. And then they got voted out. Didn't get back in. I'm kind of sad. Such bull poop. Yep. And as somebody who used to live next to a farmer's field, I can confirm. Bull poop, not fun to shovel. There's a lot of it. Bull poop that my dog ate that then my dog vomited up was even worse. Horse poop is way better to shovel than... Well, okay. So, on a scale of all of the poop that I've had to shovel in my life, I've had to shovel human poop when I worked in fast food. That was very unpleasant. I've had to shovel dog poop because I've lived with dogs. I've had to shovel bear poop because I lived in bear country when I was growing up. And I've had to shovel cow poop because I lived next to a cow field and sometimes they'd break into my yard. And I've had to shovel deer poop all in that yard. And let me tell you, none of them are really that bad. But there is nothing worse in the entire world than mowing some lawn and hitting bear poop. It's the worst thing in the world. Like, I cannot describe the smell. So I won't. I'll just say, don't ever mow the lawn and run over a pile of bear poop. Don't ever do that. Shovel it first. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Shovel it first. So in my house growing up, whenever I had to mow the lawn, I would spend like 45 minutes walking the entire yard with a shovel to shovel the bear shit before I started mowing the lawn. Aban, the liaison from the Mountains Home, says, let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I should actually see where the wars are at right now, see who's fighting who. Just Canadian things? Wouldn't hitting moose poop while mowing the lawn be more Canadian than that? Like, lots of people have bears. Or, like, beaver poop. Or, like, the beavers cutting the internet and the power to a small town in Canada in the beginning of 2020. It's like, all the bad news was happening, and then it's like, by the way, meanwhile in Canada, beaver takes out power and internet to small town, taking down a telephone pole. Those are like, those are the great ones. Those are the great ones. The ones that we tell stories of. Like pig or mink poop? I think bear poop's worse. I hate beaver tenants. You never want to beaver renting your apartment because they'll just knock the power out and laugh. Mod warning, don't ever attempt to @ everyone ever again. Did you try to @ everyone? Audio, what happened? I just suddenly realized that I have a @ everyone on my Discord, and I looked at game news because there was a ping. I was like, who's pinging me? And it's just my mod that just says mod warning. What does that mean? Did you try to ping everyone, Audio? They really want splints. Earrings and windows. They're responding in the admin channel. I missed it, apparently. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I mean, based on last night, I'm kind of expecting there to be an influx of trash in my Discord. Someone was spamming racial slurs in my Discord last night, which was fun. Got to ban people. Or audio got to ban somebody. I got to delete a bunch of messages. All right. You've never seen a bear or smelt their poop in your life, so you'll have to get back to me on this one. Let me find a photo that I've shown on stream many times. Not this one. Where's the higher resolution one? I have this old photo of a bear right in front of me. Just have to like dig and find it, because I never know where it is. I should really like make this shit easier to find for me for moments like these. I'm finding it. Give me a sec. It's the I can tell I'm getting close to it when I start seeing these images. Because I have to dig through my old Facebook data, because that's the only way I have backups of this photo. From when I downloaded all that data in 2019, and I've never organized it again, so it's like, I don't know where any of this shit is. All just a fucking mess. At least they're all in order, though. That it? Yeah, there it is. That bear. That's the yard I grew up in. A very small portion of it. It was 6 acres. Just let me check something else. Oh, there's the bear earlier. That's my old driveway. Oh yeah, they're black bears. Like black bears are pretty small. And then it's kind of funky because for some reason my computer decided to lump these in with old Disneyland photos, which I don't fully understand. But yeah, there it is. This was taken on my first phone. So this was taken on a flip phone. This is an old photo. This has to be like, man, 2008. Well, as long as you're not between them and their food or them and their children, they're pretty fine. And I was like, I don't know, 8 meters away from it. So, since I have these old photo albums, might as well show the best photo of the old view that I had growing up. Also taken on a camera from 10 billion years ago, so it's low as fuck resolution, but that's the view from the house I grew up in the winter. The Fraser Valley, that. 1997 to 2000. I got my first flip phone in, okay. First off, in 1997, I was 3 years old. I had a flip phone from about 2005 until about 2013. Or, no, 2012 was when I bought my first smartphone. So yeah, I had a flip phone from 2005 until 2013. I also had dial-up until 2008, so I just was a child for a long time and then didn't get a smartphone early, which I'm actually quite at the time I hated, but nowadays I'm thankful for that. Used a really early digital camera some time ago. How old? It's stored. Oh my god. In floppies? I never had one with a floppy. I had a Nokia slide phone and a Motorola Razr? The flip phone one, I think is what I had. I hated the Motorola. It was kind of terrible. I don't know what Nokia phone is in the Matrix movies. The one that you could throw at a wall from across the room and it would bounce and not mind. That's battery lasted for like 6 weeks. I don't know the model number of it, but it was a slide phone. Not gonna lie, I'm never going to get excited for any smartphone ever. I don't care how good it looks. Sony Ericsson Walkman slider phone with the Java phone games. I remember my Motorola Razr had Snake in it, and maybe the worst port of Street Fighter I've ever seen. Maybe the worst port of Street Fighter I've ever seen. So just a normal Street Fighter port. But yeah, it was not good. It was a really bad port of Street Fighter. Yeah, like, so it was all a screen, and then you'd slide it up, and then the number, like, the dial pad would pop out the bottom. And then that was my second phone, but the one I had before that was a flip phone, so it would flip open. I can't remember what any of the model numbers were. You might switch to Android in the future? Well, if you're on an iPhone right now, if you're feeling generous and want to help me out, you could go over to my podcast page on this website and leave us a review on iTunes. Just talk about how you might switch to Android in the future. I'm sure Apple will appreciate that. I've been trying to, like, bribe people to review my podcast for a while. Don't worry about it too much. It's just really difficult to convince people to review a podcast because it requires opening iTunes. You hated how I love how somebody with the name Television is going to hate the fact that smartphones don't have radio built in. Okay. I don't know if you know this about me, but in the room next to me, I have a bunch of audio gear, including an FM AM tuner and about 10 meters of FM antenna that goes up my wall, across the top of my ceiling, and then along the wall next to my door so that I can pick up signals from Seattle. That's the kind of person I am. I listen to, like, FM radio. I'm that person. I know a person who has an iPhone. I'm so sorry for their loss. I hope that they're okay. Having an iPhone is such a stress on your life. Having to use Apple devices and install iTunes. Ugh. I had to install iTunes relatively recently as part of setting up that podcast, and it was a fucking nightmare. Terrible piece of software. What the fuck? Like, how do you make software so bad? Yeah, but if it's proprietary, at least like put there some benefit to it. You want to see what iTunes looks like in the current year? Have a look at this. Ah! Launched on the wrong monitor even. Ah! Okay. Well, I'm not even doing this intentionally, and I'm not even sure how this happened. I just dragged it from one monitor to the other, and it just like forgot how to render things. Anyway, that's what iTunes looks like in the current year. I'm not actually sure what happened. Hold on. Oh, that fixed it. Okay, cool. Anyway, awful piece of software. Apple users be like, I spent $1,000 on AirPods. Give me not 1,000. I spent too much money on AirPods. You know what was really funny is I was talking to my dad about music players recently and like burning CDs. And my dad's just like, man, I wish I still had the software to burn CDs. I'm like, I look at their desktop. I'm like, you have VLC Media Player installed. He's like, yeah, but that's for playing media. I'm like, you know that burns CDs. And he was just like, he's like, I thought that I had to install iTunes to do that. Like, like my dad's smart enough to have VLC installed, but doesn't realize he can burn not just CDs, but Blu-rays even with fucking VLC. You spent too much on Tide Pods. See, Tide Pods are an important use case, though. You need Tide Pods in your life. You don't need AirPods in your life. Different kind of pods. Although, Apple AirPods, as delicious as they look, also not edible, just like Tide Pods. Do not eat Tide Pods, kids. Or AirPods, for that matter. Probably not very good for your digestive tract. Might make you very audible, though. I don't even know what that means. Imagining referencing eating Tide Pods in 2022. Also, welcome back, Navy. I don't think I got to say a proper thank you earlier, by the way, for refueling the stream when my internet was down. I didn't actually see it until after my internet came back up, but thank you. I think we're going to do an overhanging set, third row of bedrooms. So I'm going to overhang over the edge of that wall at the edge. So we're going to do the row of bedrooms on the left, the row of bedrooms in the middle, and then we'll do another row of bedrooms hanging over down to the other side. That's how we're going to do this. Am I out of blocks? I'm definitely out of blocks. Okay, we'll let them just... Your brother used to listen to the Lakers AM station in California. Sometimes if I want to listen to dudes middle-aged men that are incredibly out of touch, I will listen to the Team 1040 here, which is the Canadian hockey station. Or the Vancouver hockey station. It's basically just the Canucks station. Sports radio, technically, but it's mostly just Canucks. The reason I generally don't listen to it is because I don't watch hockey, and holy fuck, those dudes can say some extremely racist shit occasionally. Back had to take a phone call. Welcome back. You know, my dad got so excited when, and along with me, got so excited when he heard that Ukraine was turning on shortwave radio again to communicate in Kiev, because my dad and me both own radios that are strong enough to pick up those signals from here. We both own radios that have big enough antennas and a long enough range that we can pick up those signals. am I going to be asked to wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning to listen to those broadcasts in a language I don't understand? No, but I'm really excited by the fact that I have the capability of doing that. As a radio nut, that shit's way too interesting to me. Yeah, see, I'm about as far away as I possibly could be. But there are Russian submarines like 50 kilometers off the border from here. So, but anyway. Stay safe out there, kids. Doesn't change the fact that I'm very excited about that. I mean, I found a number station not too long ago. So, and I was listening to that and very mesmerized. Which coincidentally actually made me fall into a whole new genre of music where people take like lo-fi beats and mix them over top of number stations. That shit's real good. Aw, okay. That helmet was too valuable, I guess. That shit's really good. I mean, it doesn't break when somebody blinks. Of course people go old school. It's because it still works. Modern shit breaks after like a couple of weeks of heavy usage. Maybe not a couple weeks, but breaks quickly. Certainly quicker than, you know, old school. It's like, you guys know that if there was like, if there was a global outage of internet and power went down to a minimum and internet became a non-possibility, if we ended up living in that world, I'll bet you $1 I'll figure out some way of making a rogue radio station. Just broadcast shit. God knows what. But I'd figure something out. I would absolutely be one of those people. 1000% me. In fact, I know where I could buy an antenna. Like, shit aside, I know where I would acquire the gear to do that. My dad, I feel like everybody's dad in like my generation and like the generation around mine did. I feel like all of our parents built a radio transmitter because they were just such common kits. In fact, you could probably, hold on. I go to Amazon, radio transmitter kit. Well, I found a ham radio receiver. 25 bucks. It's 8% discount. It's on Prime. There you go. Not bad. You're working on mead now? Mead is real easy. Like, really easy. Like, really, 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 really easy when it comes to brewing stuff. Also, audio. If we keep getting, like, random idiots popping into the Discord server, I might, like, lock the server for a couple days. He just did it himself from the ground up. Yeah, well, they're not that hard to make. Spoilers, but... Oh, shit. We got another artifact. Where are you? Ah, there you are. Stintad right here. In the craft store shop. Some people's fillings, like as in teeth fillings? I mean... Why hasn't anybody sold jaw implants so I can listen to those? Although I feel like they probably wouldn't have very good signal. You love how easy it is and everything just goes south? You just make me... I mean, it's pretty legit. I know what bone transducer headphones are. I had a friend who used to own a pair of those. They're the ones that play, like, music through your jawbone. You know, this is the exact same reason I don't understand why anybody on the planet is excited about those brain chips that Elon Musk was, like, wanking off all over a couple months ago. It's like, hold on a second. Hold the fucking phone for a minute here and think about this. This is a really bad idea that has no positive ending effect. Like a really, 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 really bad idea that has no positive ending effect. You missed the brain chip thing that's supposed to, like, fix somebody if you have, like, a spine injury. And connecting my body to, corporations outside of medical is already a bad idea. You're the kind of person who watched Ghost in the Shell and thought, what an amazing idea with no possibility of error or downside. See, now that there's a difference between somebody watching something and this is a great idea with absolutely no possibility for error or downside, and then somebody watching a thing and going, I'm going to intentionally ignore all the potential bad things and downsides for the sake of my own, like, I don't know, idiocy? The potential for abuse is amazing. Sure. I guess, like, it goes hand in hand with the same people who watch Blade Runner and go, wow, that world is beautiful. We should try and make ours look like that. Like, the idea of Blade Runner is it's supposed to be horrible, distressing, scary, and kind of disgusting. Astro-fucking-nomical. Can I just say that the word fucking is wonderful? It's one of the only words in the English language that can be, it can literally be fucked into another word. And still have the same meaning. It's wonderful. I don't think he's an evil genius. He's a spoiled rich kid with way too much money who smokes a lot of weed. And as a somewhat spoiled, not super rich kid who smokes way too much weed, I would probably come to the same conclusions that he does if I was a rich kid who also smoked too much weed. Oh, I've seen Ghost in the Shell. It's a wonderful, wonderful series. There is nothing positive about Ghost in the Shell, and we should absolutely not try and be anything like it. Why would you want that? I just want to die and fall apart at the normal age. Why is that so much to ask for? I'll give up some freedoms for free healthcare and cheaper internet and I like dental. That's what I'll give up some freedoms for. That sounds great. I'll pay more taxes if you pay my dental. I already owe like a third of my savings in taxes, but that's fine. I can afford that. I'll pay more. If I also don't have to pay for dental. Can we throw in like cheaper schooling while we're at? There's plenty of things I'll take like less like freedoms for. I mean, it'll be free. It'll just take 18 years for you to get through the waiting list. Fish dairy, Gussie. The operation and procedure itself would probably be free by the time we invent metal skeleton and robot arms. So you and your titanium skeleton, you'll have to buy the titanium for the skeleton and buy the skeleton probably. But the inserting of it into you, that's probably free. You just have to be put on a very, very, very long waiting list. The Internet of Shit Twitter account shows what happens. The Internet of Shit is a wonderful Twitter account. Wonderful Twitter account. It's up there with like the Download Moran Twitter account, which is also very funny. Your bladder has been hacked. Send 1.4328 BTC to the following address to unlock it so you can pee again. It's just like that one article that I read once about that fridge that you like can pop up an app on your phone and look at what's in your fridge, basically, so that you can like double check what you need because it pops up a camera in your fridge and you can look inside your fridge. And also sends you notifications when people open the fridge door. Imagine somebody hacking your fridge, chat. It's going to make your fridge say mean words to you when you open it. Also, why 1.4328 BTC? Why not just like 2? Or 1? Or 5? Like a nice round number. You just want to do a superhero landing without it killing your knees? Relatable, yeah. Wait, is a superhero landing where you punch the ground? You gotta brew more booze. I'm trying to think what a superhero landing is. I'd rather not, thanks, Casey. You know, there's a lot of these cyberpunks that were things and like awful end world scenarios that we're talking about right now, like the Ghost in the Shell example. If we lived in that world, sorry to get dark for a second here, I would just kill myself. I do not want to live in that world. There is no point where a world like that is worth living in. For me, anyway. I would find the largest building possible and hurl myself off of it. I have no desire to live in that world. What? Cyrelak, you okay? Use a private company for dental stuff and the yearly checkup with calculus removal is nearly 200 money. My annual checkup where they do the full cleaning x-ray and tell me that my almost cavity is still almost a cavity and I should still brush it efficiently, which has been like the status quo for my teeth for the past decade or so. It's usually about $350 in Canadian money, which is about like $280 in American money. I do that once a year. Although, ironically, the majority of my taxes owing is Canadian pension fund and not actually tax. It's like I'm paying into a theoretical pension that I might give myself in the future. You don't even know how I do that. Sometimes it types backwards. I have no idea what you tried to say. Oh, the movie Surrogates? Yes, that was indeed a movie. Wow, you did type that backwards. How the fuck did you do that? That's like some... I don't even know. Brainwaves gone wild or something. Something like 60% of my taxes owing this year is like actually Canadian pension fund. But that's because I moved. It's because I tweeted about this because I'm quite proud of this. And I owe big thanks to people like retired Navy vet and people who support me on Patreon. I owe them this. But last year is the first year ever in my history of streaming that I am $1,000 below the poverty line. So if I make $1,000 more dollars this year than I made last year, I will be at the poverty line next year legally. So theoretically, if I make as much money this year as I did last year, I will officially be only impoverished. Which is kind of hilarious if you actually think about it. You hope that your future is one where humanity isn't based on what you look like, but instead your morals and ethics. I think we're going in that direction, Casey. Usually either the default or slightly larger than the default, SK. But the bigger you go, the more hitching you're going to have, because the more animal types you have spawning. And sometimes Twitch just goes backwards. That is bizarre. Also kind of amazing. It's like you have a superpower, Cyrolac. What game are you playing? Maybe it's like got something to do with the game that you're playing. Yes. I would agree with that sentiment, Twitch ups. Core keeper? Gotcha. You keep that core. Two more dwarves. I'm assuming it's going to pump me back up to the cap, which is 80. Work of art. Masterwork. Masterwork. Best of luck, dwarves. There's an elk bird leaving the map. We're just like releasing populations of elk birds into the wild. Where the fuck did that dwarf go? It depends on where you settle and how populated and busy your world is with the wildlife. Weird. That is strange, Hobo. As I don't believe I've ever seen that happen. But I believe it. Yeah, loading and saving and loading would take a while. Saving and loading would take a while. But yeah, I usually just do the default. Sometimes slightly. I don't think I've ever done the biggest possible. But yeah, I'm pretty much the same as you then, SK. Anywhere between from 6 by or the default to up to 8 by 8. Sometimes I'll up to double the default, but as long as the game doesn't crash when you're loading, you're good. I also, just a side note, I can't wait to put a thing into my dating profiles online that my private business officially was successful enough that I'm only impoverished now. I'm sure that'll go super well. What's real funny is I'm looking at this post on Reddit right now. After rereading Lord of the Rings, I've come to the conclusion that the closest thing we have to a Tolkien game is DF. Of course, it's missing the heart of the novels, the hobbits. Okay. Could not disagree more. Clearly, you don't know anything about the way the different factions in Dwarf Fortress work and how their ethics work because they're completely not Tolkien. Anyway. Not to mention the fact that, like, Our elves are short and small. And cannibals. It's fine, though. They can have that incorrect impression. Also cannibals. Also cannibals. Also that. I am not allergic to anything except for penicillin. So, not concerned with that. But I don't think you can likely legally ship it to Canada or legally ship it within Canada, because in Canada, if you're mailing alcohol that is above 4.9%, you need a liquor license. So unless you have a liquor license, Missionary of Cussy, I don't think you could legally ship that to me. That's barely a beer. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Not saying I like this law. I'm just saying it's a law. So going against it's probably unwise. I know because for a little while there was a period of time where I was looking into mailing beer to people. But then, you see, there's an issue with someone sending me Everclear. Number one, if I really wanted Everclear, I know a guy. Number two, I don't have a hamster to feed it to, so what's the point of having Everclear? I can't drink it. I'm diabetic. He'll smuggle some in when you come around. See, that you can do. Well, if you're in the greater Vancouver area, call me. I mean, I have 99% isopropyl alcohol in my cleaning cabinet to clean my pipe, so, I mean, yes, I'm aware of what Everclear is. Also, don't drink isopropyl alcohol, and maybe don't drink Everclear, especially straight. But do give it to your hamster. They'll love it. I'm not actually joking about that. And if I have to pop up the articles about how much alcohol hamsters can drink, again, well, I mean, we've done that before. I had moonshine once. I don't believe I've ever had Everclear. I know a guy where I could get it from if I wanted to. Did drink Everclear straight once, then proceeded to light it on fire? Yeah, that sounds about right. Wait, did you blow it out of your mouth and light it on fire like a fire blower? Or did you, like, pour it out and then light it on fire? The questions that Everclear rises are always very entertaining. We'll say that. Also, building stuff above ground is so time-consuming. That's why everybody just digs underground and calls it a fucking week. You poured it into a bowl and then lit it on fire? Okay, yeah, that checks out. I have an important question. Did the bowl deserve it? Did the bowl have it coming? Buzzkiller's just XD. Pretty much. You don't drink very much ever. Clear, I think is what you're saying. But I'm going to pause this for a second and just remind everybody that the very important science has been done. And that hamsters can drink more alcohol than any other living creature known to us in existence. Specifically, the University of Alaska. Why the University of Alaska was giving hamsters Everclear? That's a good question. But they did discover that hamsters can drink up to 1.5 liters of 99% liquor per day and be quite happy. Did you know that you can do a fire eater flame in the mouth using coca powder? Really? That's incredible, actually. There's not a lot to do but drink. No, but I've been just south of the border in Canada, which is about the same. But, like, there's not much to do but drink and also apparently give alcohol to your hamster. I mean, I want to, like, meet the scientist whose idea that was. Yeah, I can relate to that, actually, Whitcode. That's fascinating, actually, about the cocoa powder thing. Gotta have a hobby, such as feeding your pet hamster alcohol. But yeah, no, that article in the New York Times literally just outlines, like, you can just replace your hamster's water supply with alcohol and they'll just drink it. Because the calories is what the fine powder is super flammable. The flour is dispersed in the air, can straight up explode. Grain silos are super exploding because of that. And Hobo would know, he works in food. That's interesting. I also didn't know that. All right, chat, we got to blow some flour up. Wait, hold on a second. Hobo, we can make flour in Dwarf Fortress. If that stuff's combustible and explodey, we need to tell Toady that our flour should be able to burn and explode. I'm very disappointed in the fact that my millstones don't blow up. Anyway, Stinthad, the stonecrafter, has created Kafashatak, bless you, a Galena ring. He claims it as a family heirloom. DF flower bombs when? Yeah, it's absolutely right. It has to be dispersed in the air. So what you're saying is I have to throw it out of a minecart and then set it on fire. I'm sure we could do this. Need a way to have a minecart toss it while passing through lava? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, but, like, American movies will just explode things that shouldn't explode all the time. So when weird things explode, you don't think about it too much, Chups. Just as an example, car gets shot with one bullet, explodes. Like, that's not how that works. Even if you shoot it in the gas tank, that's not how that works. It'll catch fire, but it won't explode. It won't, like mushroom cloud explode, which they do all the time. I've seen a Michael Bay movie or three. I know what happens. This is an awesome name for this Galena ring, though. Sick-locked. This is a Galena ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of Galena, Gabbro, and Hippo leather. On the item is an image of pear trees in Galena. Hell yeah. You watched a movie where rocks detonated? I'm not a scientist, Jups, but that doesn't seem very realistic. I may be slightly off with that, but like, that seems, holy fuck, that's a lot of goblins. That seems kind of ridiculous. I have a question, chat. The Dark Goblin Fortress of Dreadful Hobble. 30 goblins. The Dark Goblin Pits of Demon Tightness. I heard that is Demon Tetanus. Demon Tightness. 5,000 goblins. Why does this pit have 5,000 in it when the fortress itself has 30? Also, Demon Tightness? Do you think that the leader of this demon pit is uptight? They prefer tight demons. They like their demons to be tight, okay? Maybe that demon is tight on resources. Anyway, we're going to go raid these guys. We're going to go raid them. I don't need to loot other items, but I do want to take important treasures. Go dwarves. Best of luck. Hopefully no Forgotten Beasts show up while you're gone. Be quick. Godspeed. Please tell me the cat's going too. Aw. Just sad because his owner left. The cat went to go say goodbye. Are you saying that that demon's legs are pretty tight? Must be a spider demon. You know, I'm gonna make some real crappy bedrooms down here. These are for the dwarves that got unlucky and didn't get the first come first serve on the nicer ones. It's kind of putting bedrooms everywhere in this fort. The fort is literally built out of goblins. I talk about being tight on resources, man. It's just bone walls. It's like something out of Caves of Cud. It's like skin leather tents and bone thatch roofs. And it's good times. Probably a better DJ. You know, you're probably not wrong. They probably do just have better music there. Maybe the food's better. Like they got cornfields next door or something. Or maybe they're... You know, that might actually not be inaccurate. There's a human hamlet right here. The human hamlets are on the right side of the river and closer to this one. So maybe they're either using this as a forward operating base or alternatively, there's like nicer food close by. But in the late summer of 173, Gast Scream Cobra became the overlord of the League of Phrases. Uh-huh. That's a human faction. Huh. You can raise any site eventually if you try hard enough. If they're very talented, they will completely obliterate like a multi-thousand dude site. I've seen that happen. Cheers, Chops. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Yeah, well, they're good for more than 50 per. The dice rolls are definitely weighted in the player's favor on those. Okay, well, we've returned from our first raid of this fortress. The Crimson Pulley slipped into dreadful hobble, undetected by the sick midnight of the hate of praises. In the late autumn of 174, the Hills of Defending stole livestock from dreadful hobble. What do we get? It's a lot of beak dogs. Well, beak dogs for lunch, friends. Just a habit of yours. Another good way to do it is to not try and raise them initially. Steal stuff from them first, like I just did, then attack them, then raid them, then after you've hit them a couple of times successfully, then attempt to raise them and wipe. Like, with the bigger ones, don't try and hit them first. Try and hit them a couple times so the dwarves get to know the area. I don't know if that's actually how it works, but that's how it certainly feels like it works. It's like if I try to raise them the first time without attacking them first, I find they don't usually succeed. Unless you get lucky, which is sometimes possible. Yeah, you gotta whittle them down, exactly. You gotta give them a false sense of security before you tear down their hopes and dreams. Oh. Apparently I, fucked up here. The Great Padinsky, my, hammer dwarf that unfortunately got punted by an Etten to death, is haunting one of the old party members of his. Hey, Hex, what's up? Yeah, Padinsky got punted by an ant. Right, quite literally. He got kicked by an ant and died. Or Etten, not ant, rather. Etten. Very different thing. A lot of beak dogs. Well, we only have 3 meat left. We're about to have a bunch of beak dog meat, so that's good. Let's try and raid Dreadful Hobble. Good luck, friends. Hey, my goblin's no longer depressed. That's good. Proved your observation. That was satisfying. Get out there, little gobby. Good lucky. Now they're going to go try and raid it. And if the raid is successful, then I'll try and raise it. I'm going to try and raise this site right here with 30. Not that one, though. That I might need to send more than 2 squads. Maybe like 5 for the 5,000. So as of about now, looking at the clock, chat, by the new schedule next week, around now we'll have about 3 hours left in stream by the new schedule. For those of you who don't know, starting now, I guess effective immediately, my schedule is going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but we're going to stream. We're going to aim for 13 to 14 hours a day those days. We're going to see if this works better. I've been trying to like figure out a work-life balance schedule for a bit, and this current schedule ain't working. So I need to figure out something that works. So we're going to try and do this. We'll see if I can stream 3 days a week and make it financially sustainable. We'll give it like a 1 month long test run, I think. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if it worked, we might stick with it. We probably will stick with it if it works. But also requires sleep? Yes. Well, the thing is it's like, I used to stream 7 days a week. And sometimes I think back on that and like I beat myself up that I can't do that now. But when I also take into account that back when I streamed 7 days a week, I didn't have a podcast. That was consistent. And the one that I did have, I did almost none of the work on it. And I didn't do any YouTube stuff. Now I do YouTube stuff. And I have a podcast. And I have other things that I need to do. So we're going to try a schedule that a streamer who I love to lurk in the channel for, who streams full-time, Icy Rain, I'm going to try her schedule. Because what she does is she streams a rather hefty amount of hours, but during periods of time that is more reasonable. Right. I was going to put these inside and then never did. So that's what we're messing with. Because I'm not just burnt out, I'm extremely burnt out, and I've been extremely burnt out for quite a long time. So it's obviously not working. We gotta find something that works better. Look at all of that meat getting plopped down into the stockpile. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is like, the issue that I'm running into right now is a large portion of my audience works, and a large portion of my audience is busy on the weekends due to work or kids, right? Because I have this lovely benefit of having like an adult audience. The issue with that is people work, and yes, there's VODs, and yes, there's other things that people can watch me do, but in my experience, it seems to just work better. It might just work better if I stream less hours, but stream more, or stream less days, but more hours on the days that I stream. And it will equal out to about the same amount of stuff going out on YouTube, so people on YouTube might not even notice if I do it right. And I might even be able to increase the quality of output on YouTube, too. We slipped into the dreadful hobble undetected, once again. And we stole more treasure and livestock. This time we got some rope, some thread, a bag, an amulet, and a figurine, and 8 beak dogs. And we're going to go do that again, except this time we're going to go try and raise them. Aw, that's so cute. Number one cat, Fensassed, clench thimbles is waiting for the goblin that's their owner to come back, but is literally waiting for the goblin to come back holding a dead rat. If that isn't adorable, I don't know what is. Literally waited for its owner to show up and is now running back home to drop off the present. I love how ridiculously well thought out this game's cat's AI is. Like, where are you gonna go put that? The mermaid? Are you gonna go put it in the tavern? Oh, look at you! You put it in the tavern. Fucking twit. No, you carry it back out of the tavern? Didn't put it in the tavern. Where are you gonna put it then? In front of your owner's bedroom? That would be even more fitting, honestly. Where are you gonna put this dead rat? On the table. Okay. Yep. That checks out. But yeah, no, that particular streamer that I mentioned who has that very similar schedule, actually, it works really well because the way she does it is she streams a lot of JRPGs, right? And a lot of big, like, long games. So she'll just, like, start streaming, and then, like, 14 hours later, it's like, well, finished a chapter, so we'll pick it back up tomorrow. And that way she can actually get through games. All right, we're going to go attempt to raise this. So I'm going to hit D to change the raid type, and we're going to hit raise. I'm not going to loot other items. We're just going to steal live stock and attempt to raise it. I'm going to send both my squads. Hopefully for a final time. This reminds me of a meme somebody put on my Discord a few days ago. Hold up. Let me find it. This one. Posted by Bastet. The wizard places a chalice on the table filled with a strange smoking liquid. It contains the... He cautions that the potion is incredibly dangerous. I knock it over. Yeah. Right. Your cat put a dead mouse next to next to Jeff's head when he was sleeping. Lovely. And I was wondering why the game was like not moving once again, but it's saving. It's like the horse head in bed. Yeah, the cat was threatening you. Exactly. The cat isn't bringing you a gift. The cat is threatening you. It's like, if you don't clean my litter box, this will be your head next time. I mean, I think I would too. Even on the most basic stuff, you can go insanely wrong. I mean, naturally. So all those capital B's are beak dogs that are getting slaughtered. Let's put another butcher shop in. 2 more even. And a tanner shop. So we'll have leathers. Just so that we can slaughter these quicker. What do you guys think of this fortress? I mean, I would say that this is kind of non-traditional Dwarf Fortress design. Just because of the above-ground nature of it. But it's also, like, fits in a screen and is very vertical. Kind of fun. I'm trying to think how I can fix this. I think I have to do it this way. Build little scaffolds so that we can actually build the back wall. Can't wait for the other towers. We might retire it and come back before the towers, because I think the next time we stream, which will be Tuesday, when we play this fort that day, because I'm going to try and do like a twofer of this and Long Death on Tuesday. We'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, this new schedule might actually make Long Death difficult. But anyway, when we play this on Tuesday next week, I'm going to maybe retire it for the first little bit before we do some stuff on it. Yeah, I haven't seen any sand in this entire world, let alone just this river system, so that might just be a problem with the world gen. Where did my granite blocks go? Oh. Sick route. Oh shit, we're back. So we attempted to raise Dreadful Hobble. Let's see how this went. The Crimson Pulley attacked the Sick Midnight. The Hate of Praise is a Dreadful Hobble, and Dwarf Tekkud Ketelars led the attack, and who's a dwarf from Hotbeards, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human Washo Honorclench. The dwarf Ketelars outmatched the human Washo with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Dreadful Hobble. So far, Aban Hoistkey, the Rapid Quake of Creation, confronted the human Anba. The human Anba was struck down. The dwarf Attis attacked the human Tyran, and the human Tyran was struck down by the dwarf Attis. The dwarf Laubam attacked the human Nilon, and the human was smashed and then struck down. And then it seems like the fights have gone on like that since. Also, the goblin Ethma, Lucidhide, my adventurer, attacked the human Gashin. The human Gashin was struck down by the goblin in Dreadful Hobble. Looks like the Tenacious Gates, led by the dwarf Tekkud Ketelars, clashed with 1,277 trolls in Dreadful Hobble, slaying 9. Then the Mechanical Convents clashed with 1,268 trolls in Dreadful Hobble, slaying 7. The Tenacious Gates, led by the dwarf Ketelars, slayed with 1,261 trolls, slaying 9. Is this going to be the way this goes? Okay. The Tenacious Gates, led by the dwarf Tekkud, clashed with 1,236 trolls, slaying 9. 1,227 trolls, slaying 7. So, sounds like we didn't succeed in raising it, but also we didn't lose anything, actually. We're gonna go just keep attempting to raise them. Or maybe pillage. Let's just keep pillaging them. I mean, like, why not? You got here a little late. Yes, Space Pirate. This is the same world as Hotbeards, which is why one of my artifacts in this fortress... This is also the same faction as Hotbeards, which is why this fortress actually has an artifact in it of somebody dying, falling off of the waterfall in Hotbeards. Speaking of Hotbeards, it's also right here and has 600 people in it now. Hotbeards is still alive and well. We simply retired it. We are in the fortress of Mothfall, just upriver. Or downriver? Yeah, downriver. We're actually on the same cliff network as Hotbeards. We also found this spot in adventure mode. All those VODs are up on the YouTube channel now. And most of the adventurers are here, except for the dwarf adventurer, who unfortunately died because he got punted by an Etten. Rest in peace. You poor bastard. Speaking of Ettins, this has nothing to do with Ettins, but a vile force of darkness has arrived. The goblins are clearly upset with us turning their fortress into a mosh pit. So, it looks like it's time for us to turn on the burrow and see how bad the damage is. I've a feeling it's not going to be great. My dwarves are currently running all inside. Let's turn off job cancellations. We literally just sent my army out too, so it's kind of not a great position to be in. I'm also going to quickly jump over to the tavern and set it to all visitors welcome so that the outpost liaison can run inside. Hopefully. All right. I was about to say that doesn't look like too bad of a raid, but it does kind of look like too bad of a raid. What a time to go to bed, Mind. You have a good night, though. Actually, that's not too bad. The question is my army going to come back in time? 227? No, that's fair. You have a good night, dude. Okay, you know what? Let's turn this off. And turn it back on. This dwarf Nox is carrying a boulder. Run faster, Nox! Run faster! Run faster like they're gonna steal your pasta. Speaking of. Let's pull the lever, Kronk. Is anybody coming to pull the lever? Bicot is. Come on. Why are you so far away? Come on. Cutting it a little close here, dwarves. Little close. Oh, got her done. Okay. Boom. There he goes. All right. So, our little nifty above ground fort is now defended-ish. And I think that all these goblins are just going to run down into the caverns. The squad is back. The Hate of Praise has attacked the Dreadful Hobble. The Dwarf of Kettlears led the attack. The defenders were led by Ted. Kettlears outmatched the Goblin Ted with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Hey, folks. Yeah, actually, Clino, I'm changing my schedule. I was going to DM you later tonight and actually ask you a question, but looks like we're still fighting with 1,204 trolls slaying 7. That's a lot of trolls. All right, so we slayed a bunch more trolls. They're back now. Where did they spawn? Please tell me they spawned up top. Well, this is suboptimal. Let's give them a spot in the burrow right here. Or do I have to open the gates back up? I think I have to open the gates back up. Hey, Vey. This might mean the end of my military, actually. Okay, so while those trolls run around knocking shit over. Actually, wait. You're gonna run in and die, aren't you? All right, there you go. Goes into a martial trance. Oof. It's a lot of misses. Okay, well, let's pull this lever for a second. This could just kill this fort, actually. But it's the only way I can get my army back onto the right side of the river, so, or back into the map proper. Iteb is fighting with a bunch of beak dogs. That's a lot of beak dogs. I'm not entirely certain we'll be able to get this fortress back into the map, actually. Chat, I'm gonna need a round of beers for good luck for all these poor fucking dwarves. Wagon toppled by a troll. How unfortunate. We've lost like 3-4 dwarves now. Dwarves are still fighting in the siege. They've lost some too, but another one of my hammer dwarves was found dead. It's a real fucking pity and an absolute fucking shame that they had to spawn right at this time. It's actually like the biggest fucking annoyance for me about this game is the way that dudes spawn back onto the map. It's like they spawn back onto the map not as military dwarves, and they lose their military status until the commander is on the map. And then they just walk in one by one and get slaughtered like this. It's so frustrating to watch. And also now this troll just made it in, which means we get to watch that troll fight with all my dudes. Maybe we'll make it through the bottom here. Maybe. Now that some of my squads are actually back onto the map. Like, where is Kettle? Is Kettle on the map? I don't see him. Tapioca is, though. Who seems to be doing good work. Definitely bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Okay, yeah, we're winning. Whew. That could have gone real bad. We did lose quite a bit, though, unfortunately. Also, this fight's unfortunately happening on, like, maybe one of the worst hills it possibly could happen on. All right, you have a good night, Audio. Cheers, man. You sleep well. All right, finishing off some of these guys. Let's actually station these guys in here, because there is a troll, for sure, in the fort somewhere. There's definitely somebody fighting with it. Casualties actually weren't that bad, though. Oh, there is one. We're chasing it. Okay. There's apparently still a siege. There's just a couple trolls. That's about it. Mandelf has been found dead. Where? Okay. There's one there. One there. Okay, so 3 trolls down in this room right here. Which we can just dispose of pretty quickly. And then 2 beak dogs on the map. One down here. We're going to go get. And 1 beak dog up here, which we're also going to go get. How far did the trolls make it in? I'm not sure, but somebody did die in one of the bedrooms, so far enough. This is the furthest that they made it in that I'm aware of. Is that dead dwarf right there? We lost about 9 dwarves in that fight. Mostly citizens, but I do have some coffins. So that's good. Let's turn off the burrows. We're gonna need to fully repopulate that military. I lost my goblin, I think. Yeah, I don't see my goblin. Aw, man, I also lost recent history. I don't have a list. Could just go to this screen, though. Yeah, I lost my goblin. I lost Lair. I lost Bolteg. Lorbam. I mean, to be fair, this goblin did dream of something exciting. So. Lost Aban. Well, that's always reassuring. The giant cave spider is deceased. Time to place these very heavy lead coffins. And shoutouts to the one dwarf that's singing in the tavern. It's Burr who's singing. The dance, the adorable flutes is a form of music for entertainment originating in the occult seduction. That sounds lovely. I hope that it's a fitting performance for the dead. Also, imagine being a part of a group called the Occult Seduction. That's one of those, that's not what it sounds like situations. You headed to bed, Darren? Or are you just saying goodnight to Audio? Okay. Fortunately, we're going to still have more beak dog meat than we know what to do with for a while. We got like 500 beak dog meat now. Oh no, I lost my chief medical dwarf. That's a no-go. All right, to bed. You have a good night then, Darren. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. You almost fell out of the chair. Falling out of the chair is like falling asleep? Oh, wow. Yeah, that means it's time for bed. That is for sure. I can confirm that definitely means it is time to go to fuck to sleep. What, that siege? I mean, there was some losses. We lost some of our dwarves. We lost some of our citizens. But overall, my dwarves were very much victorious. Man, all of the coffins are full. Let's make 10 more. Oh, also, this is a problem. Probably open this up. Kind of got to let the dwarves back in. I mean, they're just sitting down here getting kind of hungry. Hey, it's an aardvark. Kind of sad that my goblin died, but also, you know, Hurums wanted to lead on an exciting life. You know what? Damn it, they got to. They got to. Can always add more adventurers in their honor. Absolutely, which is what I think I'm going to do the next time I stream this fort. Not today, though. Currently, I'm debating as to whether or not I should take it easy for the rest of the day or if I should play something else for a little bit. Wind down. I haven't decided yet. Dwarves are getting burials, and baddies are getting put into the corpse pile. There's a troll that made it all the way into where this dwarf is right now, just to the left of the dwarf that we're following. The capital T on the ground. They made it pretty far in, actually. Fortunately, trolls ain't that strong, and they mostly tend to go for livestock, so... This fort's actually really susceptible to, not sieges, but were creatures. Although, fortunately, we haven't seen that many of them. Also, I'm just blanking for some reason. Don't really have much to say at the exact moment. If you want me to talk about stuff, you gotta give me something to talk about, Chad. It's kind of current status, I think. Just gotta give me something to talk about. Also, this music's kind of zen. Could literally sit here and just listen to this all day. So fucking good. Planking is good for the abs and back. This is true. That's why I do it sometimes when I'm working out. Am I going to keep most of the new forts close on the river? I want to keep them all in the general vicinity, but there's a haunted forest I want to build a fort in at some point. Listening to Tarn and Zach interview again, you wonder if the bin solution isn't to make wheelbarrows multi-item like bins. I don't know. I don't have the same number of issues with bins, or like I'm not aware of the issues of bins that I think some people are. So I don't really know how to fix them. I'll be honest, because I don't really understand what the problem is. But anyway, yeah, the thing that I was going to mention to you and I was going to ask you, Clino, is nothing. This has nothing to do with anything but Leroy Kremlin. Anyway, the thing that I was going to ask you is, do you? Okay, so I'm changing my schedule, right? From basically from here forward, I'm going to be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. And then the rest of my time is going to be put into YouTube content and editing stuffs for YouTube and podcasts and other off-stream things that I have to do, because I've managed to obtain so much off-stream work that it's not sustainable for me to stream the number of days that I do right now. So my question for you is, if I post my stream on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and then change games halfway through, should I delete my thread? Or post the VOD and just say fuck it to whoever complains? Because I could do that, but I don't really know how I feel about it. I want to know how you feel about it. Because currently, I don't really know how I feel about it. I'm trying to figure out what my options are. Because I'm only going to be streaming 3 days a week, but the idea is I'm going to be streaming 2 games per day. At least. Or like 2 different forts or something. Because I still want to put out approximately the same amount of content. It's just going to be condensed into a 3-day marathon instead of a 5-day stint where I don't really get a chance to relax at any point in it, which is what I'm currently doing. So I'm going to start my stream at around the same time every day, but stream way later. So I'm going to stream basically through primetime Twitch into no longer in primetime Twitch time anymore. At least that's kind of the goal. Yeah, I don't allow bolts. Or rather, I don't allow bolts. I'm just going to say, I don't really do ranged stuff because I run into that issue. My fix for that problem is just don't put bolts in containers with bin, or in stockpiles with bins, specifically. People will complain either way. Fair. All right, noted. I don't think that you can change a post from a link post. Well, I mean, actually, I could just do it as a text post. Yeah, I'll probably just do it as a text post, honestly. And just not link directly. Also, I only just realized the wordplay that you were making on planking. I said blanking, not planking, but, you know, same diff, I guess. I kind of wish that you could edit link posts, but... oh well. Same reason you can't edit tweets, I guess. So much crap to clean up. This wasn't even that big of a siege, but I don't really have that many dwarves to clean up after it. So much crap. So many bodies. Oh my word. And look at this. So much crap. At least none of them feel anything. When all of this is done, these dwarves are going to be real happy. Real fucking happy. But yeah, my main big goal for the schedule change is to just, I guess, continue to encourage shifting a larger portion of my revenue over to Patreon from Twitch. That is a large portion of it. As I want that stuff, as I want revenue to move more over to Patreon so that I can get the Patreon to a point where I can just kind of depend on that more than Twitch. As much as making money on Twitch is great and has worked quite well for me over the years, I want something that doesn't depend as much on fleeting luck, I guess, which is a lot of Twitch. I was thinking, since the problem with bins outside of the actual bugs is people getting cancellation spam on moving bins, and maybe the solution is to divide a task, but the bins never move in wheelbarrows, and also then try to get into the info into the translate. Yeah. There is another thing that interview has like risen in, at least amongst my chat, which we were talking about earlier quite a bit, which is the concern that bins, or not bins, is the concern that the game will not retain keyboard control for the cursor. And they kind of hint at that in that they kind of hinted at that potentially in the discussion about the Steam Deck. Kind of curious as to what your take is on that. I don't know. Do you want to cut the middle of the hand? Well, I mean, call that handy. And none of them do the backwards keyboard typing? It must just be some weird eccentricity bug. Like, it's got to just be some weird bug. I don't know what else it could possibly be, really. The middleman. Yeah, actually, yes, the middleman is definitely the thing that you were looking for. But Patreon does cut out the middleman, yes. Well, it adds in a different middleman, but it's just a significantly more generous middleman. I know some people don't like Patreon because they're just all, like, too, I don't know, silly about companies having different politics than them, I guess, but frankly, Patreon has done so much good for me over the years, I kind of have nothing against them at this point. Like, largely, my business wouldn't be anywhere near as successful as it is if it wasn't for Patreon. Steam Deck conversation section. Yeah, like, to me, it mostly says that it's just not working right now, and so they have no way of testing it. But it does sound in the way that they say it that it's not gonna work. Middle hand and finish? Interesting. Huh. Yeah, middleman is the English term. But middle hand does make sense. So we'll cut that out, that out, that out, that out, that out, that out. Then we just gotta put roofs on it. In fact, we can do that very simply. We can also start putting furniture in here. Although I need more doors. Go figure. I'm actually kind of curious about how many trolls Ketelars has killed. Not that many, actually. 4 trolls and 3 trolls. Considering there's still several thousand there left. Boy. Middle hand works like an elephant's trunk. I mean, it is a strange question. It's like, well, where did the middle hand come from? Oh no! Buck Rabbit was found dead. Wonder why that is. I have a clerk that's fighting? Did you tantrum? I guess he must have. Seems like he must have tantrumed. The reason I'm saying he must have tantrumed is because now he's in the medical thing and there's a dead rabbit on the ground. Meaning I lead to believe that that dwarf tantrumed. Also, there's a goblin child snatcher undead thing hanging out in my tavern. Time to remove visitors. Can I just say that the Shade of Depression is the name of my temple and I did not set that myself? That is just too funny. Oh, there's a troglodyte up. Oh, that's why they're fighting. It's because there's a troglodyte in my fort. Let's stab that to pieces. Lost in translation things? I mean, it's close enough that I probably could have figured it out. Like, I wouldn't even say that that's lost in translation necessarily. It's more like slight differences between sayings. I'd say it's quite clear, actually. Maybe even surprisingly so. So all this shit's going away. All of that shit. I think I see which dwarf's coming to do it. There you are. Thunk. Oh shit, I did this wrong. Gotta pull it twice, actually. Could you imagine if I forgot to put a roof on this and I actually just catapulted bits and pieces everywhere? I've definitely done that a couple times. I like build a garbage masher and I forget to put a roof on the garbage masher and it just like catapults body parts everywhere. It was kind of awkward. It's like, oops, didn't really intend on doing that. Oh well, I guess there's just like a nice even spattering of bodies everywhere now. Well, we pulled that. We can automatically queue up another job. Bonk, there it goes. That'll not require the numpad. That'll open up the text laptop a ton. Yeah. You never even look at keyboards without a numpad? I'm the same way, but I'm the same way partially because of, like, roguelikes, right? A viscera vapor? I don't know if it's necessarily a vapor, but certainly viscera. Wow. I'm kind of glancing at the secrets room. I'm kind of glancing at the secrets room in the Jupiter Hell Discord, and there's some weird shit in here. There's some weird shit in Jupiter Hell now that I need to find at some point. Like some weird shit. I don't even know how they fucking found that shit in the first place. Anyway. That's where you came from. For me, before DF, you usually switched the game controller for games, except for what was. Yeah, no, pretty much. I don't know. I'm like not too worried about changes made to Dwarf Fortress's control scheme, because as sad as I'll be to not have access to the like pure keyboard controls if they make changes to them, which I kind of doubt. I still feel like the game's better off that way. As much as I like keyboard controls, still feel the game is better off that way. Use a controller for driving and derping around, or on the combat, or you go keyboard for mouse. Yeah, I don't use controllers for almost any types of games these days. But trying to decide if I should switch games. Chat, what are we feeling like? How are we doing this evening? What's the mood like? I do have stuff I got to do tomorrow, and I'm not quite on the new schedule yet. We've been streaming for 10 hours, so. In the new schedule, from now forward, we'd be going for another 4. Approximately 3 to 4 from here. Which would take me all the way up to 10 p.m. I'd probably eat dinner around now on stream in the new schedule. So, because I would have to, I will have to meal prep for the new schedule. I would be eating dinner around now. And then swapping to another game. Literal herpes? I know that you're referring to herpes as in the disease. I'm imagining harpies, like fairies. It's like driving is literally fairies. It's like, I mean, you drive weird. It's 4 a.m. I live in Canada, friend. Didn't we talk about that earlier? I don't really feel like playing Zomboid right now, and I still don't really have any interest in playing Zomboid out, like, single player. Like, I'm kind of Zomboided out. Also, the YouTube channel has made it very clear that they do not like the Zomboid footage. By that I mean I upload a Zomboid video and it gets 20 views. Good with whatever I want to do. You're gonna leave for dinner soon yourself and then sleep? Yeah. I think I'm gonna wait a little longer to get kind of a top 10 list. Well, I want to put together kind of a top list of games to check out from the 7-day RL next week. Could play Jupiter Hell, but I don't know how much of a cooldown game that is. Still haven't finished a run since the new patch. come to the final room twice. Died there both times. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. So chat, we're gonna wind down with DF for the day. Kind of want to play Mafia 1, but you can't be arsed to search for the discs and to get the music for it. Fair. I've been kind of wanting to play through what's it called? I've been kind of wanting to play through Red Faction Guerrilla again, but also kind of can't be arsed. Anyway, we're gonna, I think, call it down a day for this fortress. We've made massive progress. I mean, this fortress when we started today was like this building half finished, basically. So we built this guild hall. We built this for the hospital and the mayor. It's multi Z level roofs. We finished the outer wall entirely, which was only half done when we started, and we built most of this second floor. We did most of these bedrooms down here. This room here and this room here were here when we started, but this room got built today, and all these beds along the side. We fended off no Freon beasts, but an Etten and some other stuff, and at least one dwarf fell over the waterfall, so that's 1 point for the waterfall, 0 for the dwarves. And overall, I think today was a pretty successful fort. Wait, really? That's whack, actually. That is really, really weird. That is, like, actually a legitimate reason to just grab an illegal copy of that game. Like, just get it from Sweden and get the music with it. That is bizarre, actually. But yeah. I love the way this map looks, by the way. This is one of my favorite maps that I've had in a while. Like, look at this. This is awesome. This is absolutely awesome, the way this fort looks. So we will definitely come back here. Looking forward to it. All the game saves in the background. Now I wait for the game to save because it's literally just doing this. Literally just saving. You know, slowly. Slowly. So if you're sticking around, chat, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be phenomenal. 12 hours later. Yeah, pretty much. All right. It's all right. It's done saving, so it's not that bad.